We live? Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the third day of the 45th Annual Colleen Riley Holiday Crossover. Today we have, once again, 3 games coming up, with the first one coming Irvine Valley versus Citrus. Irvine Valley won their
Welcome to Fullerton College and the
Imperial Valley, excuse me.
Annual Colleen Riley Women's
They
Basketball Tournament.
won their last game with a 68 to 60 win over Porterville, and the Citrus Eagles did lose yesterday against Cerritos.
In red, the away team.
We have
Imperial Valley
Imperial Valley is away, and Citrus is our home team today here in the Hornets' Nest. We have starting lineups for both teams. Number 10, Carolina Sauceda, Julia Moreno, Marcella Lyerly, Cece Costa, and Amy Riley for Imperial Valley. And for Citrus, we have Brianna Escobedo, Leilani Argueta, Miley Swasti, Samantha Martinez, and Jolene Olia. I'm Caleb Ramos here with my partner, Ari Nachshon. And Ari, who do you think are key players for the games today?
Well, for Imperial Valley, I'm going to have to say Amy Riley. She is the leading force of this offense. She can get any rebound both sides of the floor, especially on that offense. And she's a great scorer in the paint, and no one was able to guard her yesterday like we saw. And it'll be definitely difficult for Citrus to try and stop her today. On Citrus' side, though, I'm going to give it to Morella off the bench, Kristen Morella. While they didn't end up winning the game, she was crucial to keeping them in it. And yeah, she was, she blew that layup to give them a chance at the end there. But if she's able to play consistently and, be a big force on offense, whether it's just through assists or even just scoring, I think she's going to be the key player for Citrus today.
I'm going to have to agree with you on the Citrus one. Imperial Valley, though, I'm going to personally give it to Sauceda. She almost had a triple-double yesterday without points. She had 18 rebounds, 11 assists, and 7 steals. All of that being not only – you want someone who not only just scores, you want someone who could do everything else. We have a tip, and the tip goes to Imperial Valley. It is Lyerly, layup, no good. Rebound goes to Escobedo. Escobedo pushing, driving left. Hesitation, right-handed layup, a little bit too much. Goes off the rim. Costa, up top of the key. Passes, intercepted, ball comes over by us.
Yeah, and Escobedo was pretty good yesterday. She had a couple clutch shots, and now you can see she's putting already the effort on defense early in this one.
She had 2 steals yesterday, almost adds 1 more, just couldn't quite hang onto the ball.
But it's a good poke to keep the clock down and have them have to restart at the top of the key.
Sauceda gets it, top of the key, drives middle, almost loses her handle, tosses it back. And that one is stripped by Escobedo. She passes it. Martinez back to Escobedo. Guarded by Moreno. Now ball over to Olier. And now Argueta on the right wing. Bounce pass is not quite handled properly. Stolen by Moreno, but she loses the handle, goes back to the Owls. Inbound to Olier. Back to, that is Escobedo. Back, now Olier, right wing. 3 on the way, and it is good from Argueta. First points of the game, and it is a score 3-0, 8 minutes and 30 seconds left in the first quarter.
And that 3 is a big one because, as we saw yesterday, she went scoreless the whole game. So to be able to get points, especially a 3 that early in the game, is going to be really big for Citrus here today.
3 from Costa misses, and Olier tries to dribble the ball up. doesn't quite get it. Lyerly with the steal. Now Costa. Now that is Sauceda. Now Lyerly once again. Costa pump fakes. Gives it back to Moreno. Riley, bottom. Moreno for three. No good. Rebound, Escobar. Escobar pushing the ball. Down low. Bit of a lofty pass. And that bounce pass is stolen.
Yeah, defensively, Escobedo has been pretty good today, and we saw it yesterday, too.
That lob pass also almost intercepted once again. That was Argueta trying to steal it. She couldn't quite hold on. It is the Warriors ball down at the bottom. Running, looks like a box formation. Over to Riley. Now back in. Drive, kick out. Costa. Riley, bottom block. Up top to Moreno. Now into Lyerly. Lyerly backing down, double teamed. Layup is up and no good. Ollier bringing the ball up. Ollier didn't score much yesterday, which we don't see much out of her. Only 6 points, even though she's averaging about 17. We'll see if she can get back to it. Now we have Ollier, as I mentioned it, three on the way. It is good. Score is now 6-0 for the Owls. And Costa loses the ball on the bring up.
It's kind of a surprising score here. I mean, the team that lost yesterday is up 6-0, almost over 3 minutes in. We haven't seen a single point out of the Owls yet, or out of the Warriors yet.
You got to remember, though, Citrus is currently 8-4, 8-3 before their loss yesterday to Cerritos. Layup is good. That was Samantha Martinez. Now over to the corner. And kickball violation called. The ball will stay with the Warriors. Looking, gets it in. That is Sauceda. Sauceda misses. Over to Ollier. Ollier, cross-court pass. Almost could have been intercepted if the Warriors were paying attention, but good pass nonetheless. Ollier on the right wing. Over. It is Swasti. Swasti in. Bit of a miscommunication on who the pass was for. I think Argueta and Ollier couldn't quite tell, and it is a turnover.
Yeah, I mean, we're going to have a timeout here, obviously. When you haven't scored and it's been, 4 minutes into the game, there's definitely going to be some question marks because this is a good team that the offense yesterday was by far the best part of their game. They gave up a very high amount of points. They gave up 60 to a team that they were expected to beat. And so now when you're here and you're already 8-0 down, you're definitely going to have to talk it over.
Yeah, but you also have to remember that this is a very good Citrus team when they're only allowing 37% shooting from the field throughout the season. You've got to think that with them and their defense, and before yesterday, there are only 3 losses coming to ranked teams here in the 3C2A. It's impressive that Cerritos was able to beat them yesterday. Warriors into Riley. Riley driving. Layup is no good. Rebound. And Ollier is going to take it up the court. Kicks it out. Serrano. Like you mentioned, Serrano with a great game yesterday, but a couple of costly mistakes towards the end that ended with them losing the game. I think she needs to just be able to shake off those mistakes and remember how good of a game she played. Ball is knocked out. And it will stay with the Owls.
Yeah, that'll be Escobedo who inbounds the ball there.
Escobedo looking. Ball is swatted, and that was deflected by Lyerly out. And it is going to be once again, taken out by Escobedo on the baseline. Running a set play. That's an open Argueta. Shot clock winding down. Argueta puts a shot up. No good. Lyerly with the rebound. Moreno, right wing, gets a pass in to, that is Sauceda. Now Costa, back to Sauceda. Sauceda down to Riley. Riley, tough layup and good. First points of the game for the Warriors. 5 minutes gone in this first quarter.
Yeah, I mean, it's 8-2, so it's definitely manageable, but it's not where you want to be 5 minutes into the first quarter. You definitely want to have a better offensive output here.
Escobedo for 3, no good. Rebound goes to Lyerly once again. Costa bringing the ball up here. Now we have Riley. Riley once again scores. We have a couple of players here joining us for an interview from Santa Barbara City College. That ball is stolen by Imperial Valley. Dribbling up the court is Moreno. Back to Costa. Moreno now back to Moreno looking. Riley in the paint, no good. Out, and we have an Owls possession.
And that's another shot that Amy Riley takes and just isn't able to land. She's only had one so far today.
We would like to welcome a couple of players from the Santa Barbara City College Vaqueros. And I want to say congratulations on your guys' win yesterday.
Thank you very much. We appreciate that.
You know, going into yesterday, Fullerton had only one loss, and you handed them their second loss of the season. How do you feel you guys played as a team, knowing that they were that good of a team, and just essentially knowing that you guys are a good team as well?
We really didn't focus on what they were going to do or what they weren't doing. In practice a lot, we focus on our strengths and what we need to really work on and what we need to solidify before our games. So I think that's what really handed us that win, and we did what we needed to. We did our jobs, and people stepped up from the bench, starters, all around. Our whole team stepped up when it was needed.
Oh, I would like to add that I feel like we came off a pretty tough loss because we felt like we had Citrus, but we just all, like, I think it's being on the road, Christmas break, finals. I don't know. It was just a rough game, and then just knowing that we came together as a team and that we really wanted to win and show everyone that, like, we didn't need just to prove everyone wrong that we can beat a team even if they're only lost once, and we lost a few times. So it was nice.
Finals week is always rough.
Yeah, very tough.
With that chip on your shoulder lifted after that loss, and now that you guys know that you're back, you're able to win those tough games, how do you expect to prepare mentally for a game today?
Same thing. I feel like we have the same mindset, knowing that we can't second guess what Porterville has because they got nothing to lose. They're gonna play their heart out, and I feel like we've noticed since we've been performing very well this year that every team we play their best. So we're just hoping to play just as hard as we did against Fullerton and just carry it on.
Yeah, exactly. They're going to give it their all. I mean, we've noticed this whole tournament so far, no matter what, till the very end, they keep playing. So we just got to continue to bring it to them to the last minute.
Quick score update. There's 2 minutes and 34 seconds left in the first quarter. The score is 8-6 for Citrus, excuse me. And you guys, I don't know if you guys know this, but you guys are currently ranked number 23 in the state for women's basketball. How do you take pride in that and also stay hungry for more?
To start us off, I think that we really need to have like a kind of confidence in ourselves because a lot of the times we get in our heads as a team. So we just have to realize what skill sets we have, what assets we have, and we don't have a star player. We have like a star team, and anyone who's on the bench can step up to be a starter. It goes all around that our whole team needs to believe in each other and kind of have that confidence in not only themselves but each and every one of us.
I feel that knowing that we're 23rd in the state is definitely a huge achievement, a huge accomplishment. But I don't know. I feel like we just gotta keep playing like how we play every game, even if we're ranked 10th or the last in the state. Oh, we're ranked like 10th or even the last in the state. Just play as hard as we've been playing and play for each other. Because I feel like our biggest strength is the positivity and our energy on and off the bench. So I'm very grateful and proud to have these people on my team.
So, being here at the 45th Annual Colleen Riley Holiday Crossover, what kind of importance does that bring to you guys being here? I know you're not incredibly far away from here, but it's still quite a drive, and you know the importance of that in women's basketball. How is that important to you?
I know that I feel like it was important. It definitely brought our team chemistry, even outside the sport, because we're here for 5 nights at the same hotel. We built our team chemistry coming from the Santa Ana tournament. El Camino tournament coming here, but we've been facing tough competition, so that's been super great. The building, because we have a tough conference going with Moore Park and Hancock and Ventura, so I feel like we're going to be better prepared, and I'm very excited that even if we got to face Fullerton, win or loss, we got to play a tough team, and it was very exciting. So,
Yeah, to add on to that, I just love this team. I mean, each and every one of these girls that I get to spend time with, I just like love on and off the court. They're such genuinely good people, so it makes it easy to kind of spend as much time as we have been spending with them. Yeah, it's a really fun team, and it's really nice when you love everyone on your team. It makes it easy to play basketball and then also just be with each other.
Ari, any last questions before we let them go get prepared for their game in a couple hours?
Sure, I got one more. How do you think, you were mentioning how it helps build chemistry, you guys being here for 5 nights, you're able to all hang out like all day long, and it becomes really important for you as a team. How do you think that can help prepare you guys for a longer road trip, maybe coming down the stretch, like a playoff run or something like that? That might be even a further drive.
I think it's well preparing us because I can't see a time in state where we'll be gone for 6 days, 5 nights. So it'll be like something like, hey, we've done this before. We came off a loss we should not have lost, and we came back and beat a really strong, well-rounded team. So I feel like just having that in our mindset and just having that trust in each other and the confidence we have in each other and in ourselves, I feel like we're better prepared, and I'm very glad our coaches kind of made the schedule this way. So.
Yeah, exactly. Bobo said it perfectly. We've already experienced this kind of thing, and we know how well that we do. And playoffs are just a different kind of energy. We're all super excited. We want to get that win, and I just think that if we did experience something like this again, we would have the same kind of mentality, but just a little more grit to stay in it.
All right. Well, thank you for coming on air with us, and once again, congratulations on your win yesterday, and good luck in your next game.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
And that
was
out the first quarter.
Yeah, of course. Nice to meet you, too.
Yep.
Now we have officially ended the first quarter here in our Imperial Valley and Citrus game. The score is 12-10 with Imperial Valley winning. You see, while we were interviewing, you see anything kind of important that in the game?
Well, the score. I mean, just on the score alone. You remember, Citrus was up 8-0. Now all of a sudden, Imperial Valley is up 12-10. So while I wasn't, completely focused on it while we were talking to the girls, what a comeback. I mean, we were talking about it at the beginning. We were like, hey, it's been 3 minutes. They're scoreless. Then they go on for the next 7 minutes and show why they are a ranked team, and or why they should be, possibly, because they just missed out. And now we'll see in this second quarter how they can continue with the momentum that they had in that first quarter.
Quick reset of the lineups for Imperial Valley. We have Amy Riley, Cece Costa, Carolina Sauceda, Malia Jackson, who did just hit a 3 to extend the lead 15-10, and Mia Borboa. And for the Owls, we have Brianna Escobar, Leilani Argueta, Amelia Suesta, Samantha Martinez, and Jolene Ollier. That long pass was intercepted. Possession goes back to the Owls. Ollier on the right wing. Now over to Swasti. Martinez, low post, top of the key three. Bangs out, no good. There from Argueta.
And now, we had also missed, there was just a 3 right there, so now it is a 15-10 Warriors lead. And we're seeing a completely new life from them after that timeout they took in the first quarter.
Sauceda almost travels. The Owls definitely want it called. It wasn't. Ollier now to Escobar. Escobar driving middle, gets the ball stolen. Sauceda picks it up. Sauceda, corner to Costa. Now that is Riley, top of the key, back to Moreno. Moreno drives right, and she gets called for a travel. What did you think about the no call there earlier on Sauceda?
You know, from a Citrus point of view, I understand it, you know. It did seem like she might have traveled, but, you know, whatever the ref says goes, you know. You don't argue what they do. It's not like there's a replay where you can go and challenge them. So if they mess up, you know, you take their word for it, and that's all you can do.
There are 8 minutes left here in the first half. The score is 15-10 for Imperial Valley. There was just a wide-open Sauceda, but Ollier loses the handle on the ball, couldn't get it to her. Turnover. Costa bringing the ball up, dribbling right, now to Lyerly at the top. Down to Riley. Riley backing down. Drop step, spin. Scoop layup, no good.
And I think what's causing Citrus so much trouble at that end all of a sudden is the Warriors bench got really loud, and they are making a lot of mistakes, possibly due to the noise coming from that side. And, you know, it's maybe making them nervous, making them mess up. So we're starting to see a lot more mistakes coming out of the Owls this time.
Ollier, deep three. Absolutely buries it from downtown. Costa bringing it up. The score is now 15-10. Sauceda hands off to Lyerly. Lyerly at the top. Not guarded very closely. Dribbling left. Pass cross court to Costa. Guarded one-on-one by Escobar. Shot clock down to 5. Back to Costa. Offensive foul, moving screen on, that was Marcella Lyerly. It is now possession to the Owls, and Kristen Morella comes in for Brianna Escobar. Morella bringing the ball up, dribbles left. Now we have Argueta and now Lyerly, Morella tries to get it in to Martinez, throws the ball away. Citrus now starting a press, trying to possibly get a couple of quick turnovers.
I mean, it's a closer game now. Only a 2-point difference with that big 3 from Ollier. So now they're going to see if they can try to even it out or even take the lead before the half.
Sauceda guarded closely by Morella. From Morella, like we said and had saw yesterday, her speed is absolutely killer, both driving to the basket and trying to steal. Moreno misses the layup. Offensive rebound goes to Sauceda, but then a jump ball, and oh, no, never mind. I thought we might have had an injured player, but she's able to get up, and she looks okay, maybe just a jammed finger.
Yeah, but now, from the Owls side, we're starting to see Ollier play how we expected, I think, for yesterday. You know, averaging almost 17 points, a game where she only had 6, and now she has 6 already before the half. So definitely could be one of those games where we see her completely take over for Citrus and show why they are as good of a team as they are.
Ollier tries to hit a cutting Morella, and Morella looked like she hesitated a bit, stopped, and the ball goes out of bounds. but it was off of Imperial Valley. So now Ollier for three off the inbound. It is good. She takes back the lead. It is 16-15. Ollier having an absolute great shooting game. Sauceda dribbling, tries to get it into Lyerly, and that ball is deflected. And it is Citrus ball. Ollier has, as we had just mentioned, having a great shooting game. She's 3 for 3 from three-point range. 9 points, and I don't think she's taken any mid-range shots, and that is a 3 there from Argueta from about the same spot Ollier took it from. The score is now 19-5 with 5 minutes left in the half, and Citrus now going on a run that we just saw from Imperial Valley. And that is a travel from Moreno. Turnover, and Citrus, like I just said, going on a run that had just gone in the favor of Imperial Valley as Imperial Valley takes another timeout trying to stop it. Both teams it's an extremely run-based game of who's hot right now, and right now it is Citrus. What do you think, Ari?
Yeah, I mean, you know, we saw yesterday as they live or die by the 3, we saw them die by it. They shot a very low percentage, but today they are thriving and definitely living by it. 5 made 3s in the first half, only by 2 players. It would be Argueta and Ollier, but still the efficiency at the three-point line for them has been unreal, and it doesn't seem like Imperial Valley has an answer to their three-point shooting right now.
You mentioned that they have made 5 threes already. That's the amount that they made last game total. They were 5 for 31, shooting 16%. Quick reset of the lineups here for both teams. On the floor for Citrus, we have Jolene Ollier, Kristen Morella, Samantha Martinez, Leilani Argueta, and Malia Swasti. And on the court for Imperial Valley, we have Amy Riley, Carolina Sauceda, Marcella Lyerly, Cece Costa, and Julia Moreno. Or no, sorry, excuse me, that was Malia Jackson.
Yeah, she just subbed in, and we see her on the bench. She's the one who leads the noise, so she's definitely an impact player on and off the court for them, and we can already see how she is at the line just after subbing in.
First free throw is up and good. Each team has taken a couple of timeouts, with Citrus having taken 2, Imperial Valley having taken 2 and Citrus having taken 1, and each team has 1 foul to their credit for this quarter. Handoff, pass to Argueta, now over to Morella, now high post, gets a screen, dribbling right, Ollier now, gets it over, Argueta for 3, no good, rebound to Sauceda. Sauceda pressured by Ollier.
And it looks like Citrus might be coming back to earth from that three-point line. We might see a couple more shots that go in here, but we saw one there that just wasn't able to connect.
I don't know, it's just one miss, you know. Morella, pass down low. It is stolen. That was Sauceda. Sauceda having another great game on both ends of the floor. Now over to Jackson on the left wing. Jackson dribbling right, gets a double screen. Costa guarded by Ollier. It's a screen from Lyerly. Now high post to Amy Riley. Handoff back to Costa. Step back. No good. Rebound to Riley. And Riley's layup is good. The score is now 19-8 with 3 minutes and 30 seconds left in this first half. Morella gets it over to Argueta. Argueta now back to Swasti and now over to Ollier. Long pass, and that bounce pass attempt is swatted. Argueta for 3, and she buries it. That is Argueta's third 3 of the game. She also has 9 points, just like Ollier.
So maybe they're still in three-point heaven here because it doesn't seem like they're going to slow down on these shots anytime soon.
Riley to Lyerly on the other block, completely misses. Ollier over to Morella. Morella taking her time, resetting, didn't have the numbers on the fast break. Over to Ollier, now to Argueta. Argueta gets a screen, gets trapped. Down low. Layup is good. That is Swasey. The score is now 24-18, and Citrus on an absolute tear here. Sauceda dribbling left, trying to break the press, does. Kicks it over to Lyerly. Lyerly open, doesn't take the shot. Now guarded closely. Layup, good. Score is 24-20, 2 minutes and 20 seconds left in the second quarter. Morella over to Ollier. Now to Martinez, top post. Back to Ollier. Back down to Martinez, low post now. She tries to make a spin, loses the ball, but it goes out on Lyerly, and it will remain Owl's ball. Morella and Martinez coming out for Mitchell and Vire. Mitchell taking the ball out. Goes up top. Mitchell on the low post. Kicks it out. 3 ball. No good. Lyerly with the rebound. Kicks it to, that is Sauceda. Now back to Lyerly at the top. Surveying. Amy Riley near the free throw line. Jackson now making a couple of moves. Now to Costa. Costa in between her legs. Cross left, crosses back right. Sauceda with the spin. Layup is good. The score is 24-20 with about a minute and 15 seconds left in this first half. Ollier taking the ball out. It is Vire bringing it up. Handoff, now long pass. Now back to Ollier on the right wing. She had an open Vire down low, but threw the ball a tiny bit too high.
Yeah, and it seemed like she kind of was expecting maybe her to be a little further back for that cut, but it just seemed a little bit of a miscommunication. Not really a big deal on the play, but a turnover nonetheless.
Sauceda sprinting right, now crossing back left, trying to break the press. Gets a bounce pass. Saved. Oh, and what a pass. Maybe pure luck by just trying to save the ball, but it lands right in the hands of Amy Riley, and she ties this game 24-24 with 40 seconds left. Now we have Mitchell, high post, and that ball is almost stolen by Riley, but it is not. Low post now. That ball is stolen by Costa. Costa dribbling down fast. Layup is good, and she takes the lead 26-24, 20 seconds left. Shot clock is off. Escobedo. It is 10 seconds left in the second quarter. Costa misses the fast break layup. Riley gets it to go. 3 seconds left, and it will go into the half. 28-24 for Citrus. Or, excuse me, for Imperial Valley, sorry. Want to give a special thanks to Santa Barbara College, Jaden Bone and Kaylee Bassetti for joining us on the air earlier. And Ari, what do you think about the play style in the first half?
Well, first half actually isn't over. There's still 0.3 of a second left on the clock. The ball had rolled out before the time had expired, so it looks like they're going to have, you know, a very, very short window to try to get a shot off here. I don't know if I've ever seen a shot get off that quick, but we might be able to see one right there, and it won't be good. So
it was close. It was close to getting it off, but not quite.
Yeah, it's very hard to make a shot with that little time left. Maybe another point, yeah, 0.4. I've seen that, but never 0.3. That's definitely difficult. So it's going to end 28-24 here. I think that we saw some great play there. Imperial Valley definitely was able to come back and start to dominate the way we had seen them play before. Citrus able to definitely keep themselves in the game there, so that was amazing, especially with all of those three-pointers, especially from Argueta and Ollier. We saw the dominant play like I was talking about from Amy Riley. She had 8 points already. And, we saw some big layups towards the end there from Costa and Lyerly. So getting the points spread across the board there is definitely going to be a big impact for Imperial Valley.
You look at those last couple of minutes in the game. It seemed like Citrus was panicking slightly. Don't you think? They're trying too hard to go fast, and they kept turning the ball over.
Yeah, we saw definitely yesterday their turnover problems. And so it's definitely something that needs to be worked on, especially in the crunch time, because when you're in that part of the game and all you can do is, you get a little bit nervous because it's like, the last couple seconds there, you want to get a playoff. But what you got to do is you got to realize, look, we run these plays all the time. We got to slow it down, and we got to be ready for whatever the defense throws at us. So in that sense, they need to be a little bit more careful with the ball for sure, but also to just play like they normally would, and maybe the turnovers will go away on their own.
I'm not quite sure why they started trying to go fast. Maybe it was the clock, but I think once they stopped going to their set plays, getting open threes, I think that's when they started losing the run. I think that we have about 13 minutes left in halftime. The score is, once again, 28-24. And I would like to welcome Mark Pavlovich to the air.
So, Caleb, we looked at that first game out there, and really the way it started off, I thought it might be a little one-sided when we looked at it. But then the balance came out on the floor when you look at both these teams. So, a very competitive first half of ladies basketball here on Hornet Radio today.
Yeah, like I had said earlier, this one seems to be a game of runs. It's not really back and forth. It seems to be both teams going on runs of stopping and scoring, and then the momentum just flipping like a switch and going immediately back to the other team.
When you look at Amy Riley, too, of Imperial Valley, leading all scorers on today's game. She's got 10 points when you look at her. She's been very productive. She's 5 of 9 from the floor, so she's shooting 50% out there, which makes her the leader of the team right now offensively, and I think she's got a really good flow on the floor. If she can keep it going in the second half, Citrus has a very strong chance of winning the game.
I agree, and to piggyback off of that, the offense runs through her, but it also runs through Saucedo. 5 assists already in the game. You have to think that her playmaking, getting the ball to Riley, is also a huge part. So I think if they can stop Saucedo from being able to play make the way that she has, I think the momentum could flip back in the direction of Citrus.
Yeah, and really when you look at what's going on with Imperial Valley, what sort of hurt them the most, and I'm a big one on this, to assist to turnover ratio when I look at a game. They've got 9 assists in the games, but they also have 9 turnovers, and you play the game of volleyball. So let me correlate it, because I'm going to ask you this as an athlete.
Yeah.
I always have problems with volleyball where I will say to Corey when him and I are calling the games, you've got to get your serve in. You can't give something back to somebody in the game of volleyball. I look at assist to turnover ratio. When it's a wash in the first half, basically you have just sort of laid yourself in the line that you haven't received anything or you haven't gained anything on that when you look at that too.
Yeah, I agree. But at the same time, with the assist to turnover ratio, you also have to look at total offensive rebounds and the possessions that they get back from that. They lead 5-1 in total offensive rebounds, Imperial Valley, and even with that many turnovers, they're basically getting 4 of those back because of their offensive rebounding ability.
Yeah, and then when you look at Citrus altogether, Citrus has 14 turnovers, only 8 assists, so they're -6 in the assist to turnover ratio. And that's something, again, that I'm going to go back. Every time you have an opportunity to score and you give it back to the other team, it's going to just sort of drag you down. So when you look at it right now, the way both these teams are playing, I've got to look at you and ask you, who's got that, besides the score, who's got the advantage or the momentum going into the second half?
I would say that Imperial Valley does because, like I was talking about with Ari when he was here before he went to go take a break real fast, once Citrus stopped going to their set plays, getting open threes for Olie and Argueta, sorry. They stopped going to those. They started trying to push the ball. That's not the kind of team that they are. They are a team that plays a little bit slower, a little bit more controlled, and they stopped being in control. They started trying to go momentum. They started trying to go momentum based, and I think that's when the run flipped.
No, we won't. So when we look at the whole thing, though, it's going out here. I mean, what do you have to do if you're going to flip this game? Oh, Corey Neyland just, the golf coach brought me a cake and said, "Hey, don't share." And Corey grabbed my cake and said, "I ain't sharing." There you go. I hope I hope it bloats him up. That's only for instructors, Ari. And since he ain't one, so yeah. Caleb, I got to take you back. I know we got distracted as cake came by. But when you look at what's here, when we walked into the second half, one of the things I think that we've got to see finding from either one of these teams, and more from Imperial Valley, they seem to have a better low post game.
I agree.
Out there, but they don't utilize it as much as I think I would if I was over with part of the staff. I got to ask you, being a taller gentleman, because you are and play the game of volleyball, I know you guys always bring up height. I don't think height is that big of a thing unless you can utilize it with the ability to jump. But when you look at Imperial Valley, they have the ability to block out their big people do, and they also have the ability to get to the basket and go. So would you switch things up here now and start going with a high-low play against Citrus?
I wouldn't necessarily go high-low. I think you got to get the ball on the block to particularly Riley. She has the skill to be able to make a move, and she is averaging about 14 points a game along with 8 rebounds so far this season. So I think you got to get the ball to her, let her not necessarily just let her play here ball, but if the situation arises, get the ball to her, let her do her work, and I think that could come with points nearly every time.
Well, we brought up the name Riley more than once. Let us not forget this tournament is named after Colleen Riley, the greatest or one of the greatest community college coaches of all times in the history of women's basketball, with 552 wins, I believe it is, in her career out here. An outstanding thing. Almost
559.
559. So, I'm going to get back off the air because Ari came back to join us. Why don't we expand, or I'm going to let you two expand a little more about what Colleen Riley means to this tournament.
According to this program that we have that we give out, Colleen Riley was very good at demonstrating how important hard work, punctuality, planning, and practicing the same way you would in a game. She was all about commitment, and she had the heart, mind, and body of a next-level athlete. She knew all about the athlete's journey. She was proud of her teams and went out of her way to create opportunities for advancement. She instilled in her players a championship spirit that has led many to become exemplary educators, businesswomen, doctors, lawyers, coaches, and a host of successful professionals. She helped those in need of structure and purpose and helped them find a reason to turn their lives around. She wouldn't give up on you even if you gave up on yourself. She kept trying. She made you to want to be a better player, person, and teammate, and she shared her wisdom and skills with generous abandon. Ari, what do you think about Colleen Riley and how important she was to college basketball, particularly at our level?
I think it's incredibly important. I think she was, some of the things that you just read it to us, you know, the fact that you would practice as hard as you play in a game is always super important, but also the fact that she would set the players up for future success, whether that be in basketball or outside in something else, in a different occupation. And even though she knew she'd only have those players for a year or two, to still treat them, you know, like she would be, you know, part of their long-term career is definitely super important. To give them the structure and to always, you know, believe in them, even if they don't believe in themselves, is super important. Just to give them that confidence to say, you know, you are able to do anything you put your mind to. And as a coach, it doesn't get much better than that, you know? You can't ask for more from your coach when they're able to give you such opportunities like that.
Yeah, you know, having coached 25 years here at Fullerton College, and like I had mentioned with Mark, having 559 wins, being the first community college women's basketball coach to win 500 games, just having that level of skill and belief in your players over that many years is extremely impressive.
And especially when she's only coached in 700. So it's not like she's, you know, had 1,000 games, 2,000 games, and, you know, just hits 500. No, it's 700 games, won 560 of them. That's pretty incredible numbers there. I mean, 15 conference championships, 4 undefeated seasons, not a single loss in one of those, 6 SoCal championships, and a state championship. So to be able to do all of that at a time where you are the example, you are the first to do it, it's truly legendary and Hall of Fame for a reason.
Absolutely. Having about an 80 winning percentage, extremely impressive for any coach. I honestly cannot think of another coach off the top of my head that has that level of skill and honestly, like, that level of sustained success for that many years.
Yeah, you hear it normally, the legendary coaches, you'll hear 50, 60, 70% winning percent over their career, but 80% winning percentage, that is unheard of. Some more stats, as we have about 2 minutes until this third quarter, the second half.
And you can stay on for as long as you want to when the game starts. Don't feel like you need to get up and leave. Okay.
And now we have Andrea Perez.
Go ahead and comment on the game. Perez? Yeah. They need all the help they can get.
Hey.
If the interview is going during the game, just make sure you drop in the score every once in a while. Okay?
All right. We have about a minute. We have a minute and 30 left in halftime. The score is 28-24 for Imperial Valley. And on my right, we have Andrea Perez from Porterville here for an interview. Hi, Andrea.
Hello.
Hi.
Yesterday, you played extremely well. You shot 6 for 9 with 15 points. Would you say that is one of the better games of your career, or do you think you've had better and can do better?
When I look at points and stuff, I don't really look at stats. I just really look at the outcome, and we couldn't get the win yesterday, but I think we improved from the game that we played before that. But yeah, there was times where we cut down the lead, and then they got like a basket, but we could have played better. But I think we did some good things yesterday.
Is there anything you think that you could have done better to help the team?
Yeah, I think pressure, because I had a few turnovers, and I think if I'm just able to maintain that, we could get more possessions, more baskets, stuff like that.
How do you feel, since you are a sophomore, how do you feel about this team compared to last year's?
Well, I'm a transfer, so this is my first year at Porterville College. But as a sophomore, I think it's important to like be a leader on the court and just show the freshmen, because we have a few freshmen, what the game's about, and to focus on the positive and just stuff like that. But I think the season is way better than how it was last year. It's our first season with a new coach, and yeah, I think it's going pretty well for us.
Do you think that coach is able to bring in some new ideas, maybe some new mentality for you guys to be able to be like a new and refreshed team?
Yeah, for sure.
Sorry to cut you off. Quick offensive foul there.
Yeah. I think, yeah, our coach, he focuses on the mental aspect, because just as important it is to get reps on the court, it's important to get reps on the mental side too, and just staying focused, because if you're out of control on your mind, it's going to show on the court. But yeah, he does a good job of help guide us.
What do you think is the best part of the experience of playing at Porterville?
It's probably our culture. We have a small team, so we're grouped together, we're close, and there's not really any like separation. Like, we know we're all one team, and we work together, and we understand that.
As a team, what do you think your goal is for this year, like record-wise, or do you think there's like a standard that you want to reach?
Yeah, we don't really look at record. We just try to improve like every game. I think we have, like, these tournaments have taught us a lot. But yeah, I think it's just focusing on what our principles and what we need to do. And as long as we keep that, if we focus on that each game, it shows. But yeah, we don't really look at record. We see if we played how we wanted to play, and yeah.
So, as a team, that's your expectation. For yourself personally, would it be the same, or is there another added layer that for just you?
Good shot.
Quick, sorry to cut you off once again. That is a deep three, wide open there from CC Costa, and the score is 33-24 as Citrus calls a timeout. And sorry again. What were you saying?
Yeah, personally, as like being a point guard, trying to lead my team, one goal I have for myself is just the assist to turnover ratio. I think when I have like over 5 assists or something like that, it shows like we either have a good game, and if I don't have that many assists, then I wasn't able to find my players as much. But that's what I try to focus on, you know.
And as a point guard, we saw you play yesterday. We love your style. Do you pattern your game after anyone?
Not really. There's a few players they're not coming to mind right now, but there's a few players I admire. I love Kobe Bryant, but he's more of like an ISO, you know, I'm gonna do this myself. But I love playing the game, and it's a team sport, obviously. So when I'm able to just find my players and they hit down a shot, or like on a backdoor they hit a layup, that's what gives me energy, and I love that.
One quick last, more lighthearted question before we let you go. Get ready. What do you want to do as your career?
I love sports. Like, I love basketball, so I would love to just stay around that. Right now, my major is kinesiology, so but yeah, I'm in kinesiology. Like, I love sports. I love movement-based courses and stuff like that. And yeah, I'm like a little nerd. So I love like business as well. So right now I'm trying to figure that out, like trying to find a combination of both. But yeah.
Yeah. All right. Well, thank you for your time, and we wish you good luck.
Thank you.
Well, did you want to stay and call some action, or you gotta go?
I can stay for a bit.
All right, you call
it's
the
an
action.
Interesting game. Yeah.
They'll call the game. You analyze.
Okay.
Screen, and now that is Martinez, and a contested jumper with the shot clock, no good. Rebound goes to Moreno.
So what did you see on that play, and how both of these teams are playing right now?
I think if they find an open shot, they're going to take it. But yeah, we played Imperial last night, and they're aggressive. They're not going to stop. So yeah, I want to see how this game goes.
And what did you do well yesterday when you had to make those comebacks? What do you do as a team? What did you do well?
I think when we were able to get a stop and then get down in transition, get a bucket, that's whenever we found our groove. But yeah, I think defensively when we picked it up, we could tell like the difference in our energy.
So you played them last night, but obviously now it's Citrus who has to play them.
Yeah.
Or more for you, how would you game plan against a team like this with their size and everything?
Yeah. I'd say obviously they're post players. They get inside a lot like they just did. But yeah, I'd say just guard them, let them shoot that. And yeah, just get the rebound and then break out. Yeah, and they come for like from the back, try to get rebounds like that. So just being aware. Like yesterday, like I would turn around and this girl came out of nowhere. So you just gotta be aware of where they are at all times.
So just like having good court vision, making
Yeah.
sure you're able to get the rebounds, like making sure.
Yeah,
that
it's
you
the
don't-
small details like that.
Now we have Ollier over, and that is Argueta for 3, no good. Ball is saved, back to Ollier, good snatch. Now to Morello down low, and she tries to pass it out to Swasti, throws the ball away.
Do you think that there's any specific, small mistake like that that you and your teammates would want to fix, whether that be turnovers or just bad passing, or is there anything specific that as a team you'd want to clean up?
Yeah, just like even having the backside on defense and getting that rebound. Like if we're a step too late, then it's just too late. So yeah, we just got to be quicker on that. Even passes. Like if we get a good pass and we hit the shot, like we're in rhythm, there's a higher chance of us making that. But yeah, it's just small details, getting that rebound, good passes.
The score is 33-24 for Imperial Valley. The Owls currently have not scored since half. Looking for their first basket. Morello, pull up 2, and she makes it, and as I say it, they score. Announcer's jinx, but maybe a good one this time. Jackson looking, gets it to Costa. Costa over to Sauceda. Sauceda back to Costa. Now she goes left, screened by Riley. Jackson for 3. Off the front iron and over the backboard. Not too often you see that. It's not super uncommon, but it's not super common either. Ollier giving the ball to Morello. Morello. Now Martinez, just above the free throw line. Back to Morello. Finds an open Martinez. Mid-range jumper, no good. Rebound to Riley.
An important note, Citrus has made 1 shot in this second half. They, in the last 5 minutes, 1 bucket.
Last question, real fast. How do you think that Citrus should try and get back into this game when, like Ari just said, they've only scored 1 basket in the second half, and then we're already halfway through the third quarter?
Yeah, I think pace, they got to keep their pace, what they're used to. Like getting small deflections like that. They should take their time on offense and get what they want, get what they're looking for. And like I said, their posts, they look to feed their posts a lot. So just try to, I don't know, maybe have a backside help on that, something, because I would let them shoot.
Hey, well, quick thank you to Andrea Perez for joining us. We wish you good luck on your game later today.
Thank you, guys.
Now we have Morello driving. Foul is called on the floor on Lyerly. Score is 35-26 with 3 minutes and 50 seconds left in this third quarter.
And that right there, that foul, it gives Citrus a chance to set up their half court, take a break, take like a breath even, and just get back into the rhythm that they've been looking for this whole quarter.
Morello loses the ball and tries to go for a jump ball, and she does. Possession stays with Citrus. Their Imperial Valley has 2 fouls in the quarter, while Citrus has 1. Both teams have 3 timeouts left. We have Swasti now over to Morello. Morello dribbling. Slight step back, 3 off the front iron, no good. Rebound to Moreno. Moreno over to Sauceda. Now to Jackson. Pass is deflected back to Jackson. And that pass is also deflected out on Ollier, and the Warriors will retain possession.
Yeah, some good defense there. They're playing chippy, the Owls, and it's good to, get those deflections just to get them out of their rhythm. Because, if you're not able to produce on the offensive side of the ball, you got to at least be able to do something on defense to keep the game as close as you can until you're able to find your offensive rhythm again.
Jackson, corner 3, no good. Rebound, and layup is good for Borboa. Quick reset of the lineups for both teams. For Citrus, we have Brianna Escobar, Kristen Morella, Jolene Ollier, Samantha Martinez, and Leilani Argueta. And for Imperial Valley, we have Amy Riley, Mia Borboa, Carolina Sauceda, Julia Moreno, and Malia Jackson. Ball was knocked loose. They get shot clock goods up. No, they could not get it off in time. It wouldn't have counted. It wouldn't have gone in anyways, but it is shot clock violation, Owls ball. Like our guest Andrea said earlier, they do have to stop letting Riley and Lyerly get the ball in the post. That is what's killing them, and they also have to maintain their tempo.
Yeah, you can see Riley now being switched off for Lyerly, and those two have been a big force in the paint, both on offense and defense, but specifically on offense when they're able to just crash the boards for a missed shot and get their team a second chance, where Citrus doesn't have as much body to do that.
Offensive foul called, moving screen against Morello.
Yeah, and that's going to be one of those costly plays where when you have the ball, you don't want to, turn it over like that, especially with a play so simple as a moving screen.
Sauceda now comes in for Lyerly. She got about maybe 20 seconds of playtime before getting switched right back off.
Yeah, maybe just for a little bit of water there.
Their Owls are now running a man press, trying to force mistakes. Jackson gets a screen, goes right, goes up, under, no good. Rebound by Martinez. Escobedo going.
Yeah, and Jackson having a bit of an off game here. I mean, she's a true slasher. The way she's able to get to the paint is truly impressive, but only 1 point so far tonight. And we'll see if she's able to make more in the end of this third and then the fourth quarter.
Ari, is it just me, or does it seem like besides that last possession right there, the Owls are playing a bit of ISO hero ball?
Maybe a little bit. Definitely more than we saw them play like that in the first half. They definitely seemed like more of a cohesive unit when the score was way closer. But now it seems like everyone's just trying to get some points on the board to try and chip away at this Imperial Valley lead.
As we say it, Morello misses a layup. And that ball to Moreno. Almost stolen by Aaliyah. Now Moreno gets a screen. Floater. No good. Rebound to Martinez. Now Ollier. Over. 3 ball. No good off the front iron. And loose ball foul against Morello. That will be Morello's 3rd foul of the game.
Yeah, normally once you get 3 fouls and it's not the fourth quarter, you're sometimes the coach will sit you just so that you don't foul out because, you're getting a little close there. And so that's exactly what Coach Santos is going to do over there.
Now we have Costa, top of the key. Ball almost gets swiped away. And she throws the ball away. Nobody there. Maybe she thought the ref was a player.
Yeah, sometimes you think you got that 6th man right there, but it turns out it's just a ref. I mean, they are wearing similar colors. They both got the black going on, but
Yeah.
yeah, sometimes the 360 vision isn't 100%, and she threw it out, and it's going to be a turnover.
Even pro players make that mistake. Now we have Ollier, guarded by Sauceda. Now over, down in the low post to Martinez. Martinez to a cutting Escobedo. Now back top to Ollier. Crosses, floater. Can't get that one to go.
Shot clock is turned off here.
15 seconds left to go in the half, or in the quarter, excuse me. Costa, content to dribble, take a step back 3. Off the back iron, no good. Escobedo tries to get it. And jump ball with .9 left. It's the second time half has almost ended, but not quite.
Yeah, so now it's about to be the end of the third, and what's nice is you've got, instead of .3 of a second, .9, you can actually get a shot off here in a reasonable amount of time. You know, you're able to get it into your hands, comfortably set the ball, and shoot.
That one would have been good, but she had to make a turn to try and get it off. Doesn't get it off in time. The score is 37-26 entering the fourth quarter, with Citrus only scoring 2 points in that third quarter. It's got to be frustrating knowing that you cannot get something to fall when you need it most.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely frustrating, but even going back to that last play there, they weren't able to get the point there, Imperial Valley. And, you know, in a situation like that, you kind of want to get it to your guards who are able to get the shot up quickly from whether that be the 2-point or the 3-point line. And, you know, it was just, I would say, a bit of a disappointing quarter for Citrus. They've really got to take this opportunity here before the fourth to see how they can adjust not only their players, because it was mostly just their starters who were in that whole third quarter, with the only sub that really had any substantial playing time being Morella. So it will be important for them to see how they can switch it up, because 2 points in a quarter is not a sustainable way to play if you want to win.
Especially now that they are down 11. They're down 4 going into the half, so they played decent defense, only allowing
9 points.
Yeah, only allowing 9 points, but you do have to look at the offense and say, what is going wrong? Why are we not able to score like we were in the first half?
Yeah, I mean, their defense, they've definitely played as a unit still, so it is a manageable lead, you know, only 9 points, or 11 points splitting the teams, only 9 points scored in that third quarter for them. So we'll definitely have to see how it shakes out here in this fourth.
Now we have Ollier on the right wing, tries to get it to her, and throws the ball out of bounds. That did seem like a bit more of the team play, like we were used to seeing in the first half, instead of just ISO dribble driving, trying to get a bucket. But just a little bit of a mistake, throws the ball away. Now Costa is trapped, breaks the press, dribbles through 3, and there's a foul as Costa takes a tumble.
Yeah, that was some aggressive defense there, and she is rewarded with that foul. But going back to that last play, Swasti had caught the ball at the 3-point line relatively open, and she hesitated and didn't take it. And I immediately thought back to this last quarter and realized how the Owls have got way more hesitant with shooting threes compared to that first half. They were lights out in that first half shooting threes. They only missed that one, and now they don't even seem to really be willing to take them. So it's definitely going to be a different game if they stop shooting the 3 that they are normally so good with.
That was Saucedo with the bucket. And you were right, Ari, it seems like they lost confidence in their game so far.
Yeah, whether that be Swasti, whether that be Ollier, or even Argueta, you know, any of those girls, I mean, you could get someone else shooting the 3s, but those are your reliable scorers. So definitely try to get them the ball in a dangerous place in the 3-point line. And, you know, if they're able to not be less hesitant, those 3s will start going in again.
Saucedo with the steal, and Costa for 3. Just misses. Quick reset of the lineups for both teams. Imperial Valley has Carolina Sauceda, Cece Costa, Amy Riley, Malia Jackson, and Marcella Lyerly on the court, while Citrus has Kristen Morella, Jolene Ollier, Samantha Martinez, Leilani Argueta, and Malia Swasti. The score is 39-26, 8 minutes and 11 seconds left in the game.
And that's going to be a foul there as Costa almost pushes Morella out of bounds. So there's definitely going to be a little bit of a reset there for Citrus.
Now we have, that is a foul going against Leilani Argueta as she dribbles through, tries to make a layup. Seems to have taken a bit of a hard fall. She's limping slightly, but I think she's going to be okay. And that is Lyerly's 4th foul of the game. One more, she's DQ'd. But it is looking like they're going to pull her. She's talking to the ref, trying to figure out what she did wrong. It's not looking like they're going to need her right now, especially with the score the way it is and all of the momentum being in their favor.
You know, I'm going to have to disagree with you there. Having your best players available at all points of the game, no matter how much you're up, is always good. Obviously, if you have a bigger lead, then it's, you know, you can rest them towards the end of the game, but there's still 8 minutes left, so this lead is very easy to lose. We've seen leads like this get crushed, so it's very possible.
Both free throws were missed, and a beautiful cross-court bounce pass from Sauceda to Costa ends in a layup. And now Martinez looking, gets it to Ollier. Ollier back to Martinez. Martinez backing down, gives it back to Ollier. Morello takes the handoff, shoots, and gets it to go.
Yeah, she's having definitely a bit of a quieter night there, Morello, but 6 points now. So, you know, still productive, even though she doesn't have the numbers that we saw yesterday.
Yeah, she's not quite able to take over the game like she did yesterday with 23 points, but it's seeming like she is getting into more of a rhythm, and hopefully she can catch fire. Jackson with 5 on the shot clock, gets it over to Barboa, who hits a bank corner jumper. Score is 43-28, 6 minutes and 45 seconds left in the game. Morella bringing the ball up. Handoff, that is Argueta, now to Ollier. Now beautiful bounce pass through the paint from Ollier to Martinez for the layup.
And the surprising...
And travel called against Sauceda.
The surprising bigs here tonight. Martinez with only 4 points, kind of surprising. You know, we saw she had a much more productive game yesterday. And then Borboa, surprising in the opposite way, 8 points when she's averaging 3 this season. So definitely much more impactful than we would have expected today, especially with Lyerly in foul trouble early. And then again right now, she's only able to produce 4 points for the team. So having Borboa as a third option there has been really useful for Imperial Valley.
That jumper is airballed. Rebound to Sauceda. Ball is almost poked away, but she controls it. Cross-court pass to Jackson. And Jackson tries to give it up. Stolen by Escobedo. Layup is good on the fast break. The score is 43-32.
And just like I mentioned at the beginning of the game, she can make those big buckets when you need her to, Escobedo, and she just proved it right there with the steal, the swipe, and the fast break lay.
Sauceda now in the right corner, gets it over to Jackson, now to Costa on the left wing. Screen from Riley, back to Jackson. Owls running a 2-3. Ball gets out, 4 seconds on the shot clock. Jackson covered. Just shoots a 3 to try to reset the shot clock. Escobedo gets the rebound, pushes. Layup. She is fouled. I thought maybe that was a block. Couldn't quite tell through all the players, but contact was called, and Escobedo goes to the free throw line.
Yeah, and so these free throws here are going to be crucial because you know, getting into the single digits of a lead is what you want here, especially with only 5 minutes left in the game. And especially, you know, you want to see if you can get these bigs in foul trouble for Imperial Valley, force them to the bench, force them to foul out, minimize the amount of threats on that offensive side.
First free throw is up and is no good. We actually took a little bit of practice shooting free throws before the game. I got not as great as I have been, but, you know.
Hey, I mean, my first 10 attempts, I did pretty good. After we did all that running, not so great. But I'm still going to go with my better results here, so 70% true shooter right there.
Always got to go with the better score.
That's right.
Second free throw is missed. Amy Riley now gets the ball on the low block and scores a layup. That is her 16th points of the game. Layup, no good. Rebounded by Barboa. Hands off to Sauceda. Long pass, swatted away by Sauceda.
And she just made that big bucket right there to extend this lead to 15.
With about 4 minutes and 30 seconds left in the half. Or in the game, excuse me. Technically half as well, you know. I was kind of correct.
Now some big subs here.
We have Morello bring the ball in, and Lyerly swats it away, gets it, hands off to Sauceda. Sauceda over to Jackson, back down to Lyerly. Lyerly off the glass. That is no good. Morella swiped by Sauceda. And now Moreno, layup, no good. Rebound by Ollier.
And that was just some great, you know, full court defense there from Imperial Valley, but they weren't able to make anything of it, which is crucial, especially in the late moments, even though they are up 15.
May have been a block there by Amy Riley, not quite sure. Jackson now dribbling baseline, tries to spin, dumps off to Riley. Morello gets a jump ball. And we now, couple of stat leaders for both teams. For Imperial Valley, Amy Riley has 16 points and 6 boards, and Sauceda is doing everything once again, 6, 8, and 7. And for Citrus, we have Argueta with 9 points and 3 assists, and Ollier with 9 points, 3 rebounds, and Ollier with 9 points, 3 assists.
And what's interesting for Citrus, both of those players, all of their points come from 3-pointers.
As we say, Ollier takes another one but misses. And once again, we mentioned, like you said, all 3-pointers. All of those came in the first half. Neither of them have scored since halftime, and we are 3 minutes away from the end of the game.
It seems like Citrus really relies on those two, and if they're not able to produce, they aren't able to do anything without them.
Riley gets the ball swatted away, but the Warriors retain possession. Costa comes in for Jackson. Score is 49-32 with just over 3 minutes left in the game.
And I think what's really interesting about this Imperial Valley team is you have 3 players on the floor at all times who could be the primary ball handler for them. You've got Cici Costa, you've got Carolina Sauceda, and you've got Julia Moreno, who are all capable of being the primary ball handler for the team if needed. Yes, they play a little bit differently, with Costa probably playing as more of a true point guard, Sauceda as a shooting guard, and then Moreno as your small forward. But the way they play is very interchangeable, and you could have any of them play at any position if any of them come off to take a rest.
And on top of that, having Lyerly and Riley down in the post with those ball handlers able to play make to them, that's huge.
Yeah, their play styles are very compatible, and it shows in the game.
Ollier gets a screen. Oh, what a cross Jumper, and it is good. Olier's first points of the second half come on an absolutely beautiful move.
Yeah, that is just a very hard to guard shot. I mean, when you hit the little fake there and you send the opponent almost flying the wrong way, and you're going to have that open basket, and you better make it, and she did, and now she's up to 11 points on the night.
She did have people coming from all three directions, but none of them were close enough to affect her, and she scores as a timeout is taken by Imperial Valley. 2 minutes and 40 seconds left in the game. The score is 49-34. Each team with a couple of timeouts taken. Imperial Valley has 2 timeouts left in the game, and Citrus has 3. And they also, Imperial Valley has 4 team fouls in this quarter, and Citrus only has 1. You gotta remember, looking at the fouls, that Lyerly is 1 away from fouling out, and she almost did earlier. I don't know if you noticed, but she was in disbelief that a foul was called on her during a loose ball, and it ended up being switched to Julia Moreno instead of Lyerly.
Yeah, and I think it's important just to even have her playing. You know, she might foul out, but you're at a point where you're up 15 with only 2.5 minutes left. Back when she ran into foul trouble at the 8-minute mark, it's a little bit more worrying, but now with just under 3 minutes left, there's a lot less game to be played and a lot less lead to be cut.
Sauceda tries to dump it off to Riley, and that is a travel against Sauceda. The pass to Riley was swatted. She dives for it, picks it up, and slides, gets called for a travel.
Yeah, Sauceda definitely one of the scrappier players for Imperial Valley. She's able to throw her body towards any ball that is loose, and sometimes it results in a turnover.
That is a defensive foul. Not quite sure against who, but reach-in foul against Amy Riley. And Imperial Valley is now in the bonus. Or sorry, excuse me, Citrus is in the bonus. As Mitchell steps up to the free throw line. First one is up, and the first one is a swish. That is Mitchell's first point of the game. And she looks to make it 2 and cut the deficit to just 13. And she does. Also a swish. Sauceda taking the ball out into Moreno.
We haven't seen many free throws here today, but when we see them, you know, it's crucial that you make them because you never know if you're going to get a chance at the line again tonight. We haven't seen that many shooting fouls, so it definitely is important to sink your shots if you want to have a chance for the rest of the game.
Citrus bringing high intensity and high pressure to Imperial Valley on a press. Amy Riley stepped through, layup no good, rebound Ollier. Ollier steps through, left-handed layup no good, rebounded by Mitchell. And that ball is turned over. Now Moreno to Riley, to Lyerly. Riley cutting and fights for the ball, gets it and gets the layup. The score is 51-36, minute 30 left in the game.
And that's why Riley is my most impactful player of the game, not even just for her own team, but just the way she plays. She is by far the most dominant player here today with an astounding scoreline, 18 points here. No one else comes even close to that, and you can see her on the offensive side how dominant she is.
Sauceda now dribbling the ball. Minute left. The score is 51-36. Now Lyerly. High post. Down to Riley. Riley looking for her 20th. No. Called for a travel. I thought maybe a shooting foul, but refs saw travel first.
And, you know, I mean, there's, 53 seconds here. So at this point in the game, I think they're okay with that,
Yeah. I think Riley just looking for the 20-piece.
Yeah, but when you're up 15, I mean, yeah, the numbers are nice, but the win is a win, especially if it's a comfortable one like this one.
Right. Now, Morella mentioned the speed earlier, shows it there, gets a layup. She hasn't been able to showcase her speed much today, but does so right there.
Yeah, still 8 points, still a pretty efficient night, but not like the one we saw yesterday.
Ball is now stolen by Morella. She crosses back on Costa. Another left-handed scoop layup.
And there you go. Just like that, the lead is cut from 15 to 11 on 2 really quick plays there from Morello.
I think they're just Citrus just looking for anything at this point with about 22 seconds left. 2-second difference between the shot and game clock. Score is 51-40.
Yeah, and at this point, I mean, just kind of run the clock out if you're Imperial Valley. There's no point.
I mean, you do have to let the shot clock go, but Riley, once again, like I said, probably looking for her 20-point game. But she is content to let it dribble out, and that is our first game of the day. The score, 50 Imperial Valley 51 and Citrus 40.
Yeah, fantastic play there from Imperial Valley, especially from Amy Riley. I said at the beginning of the game, she was my impactful player. You said Sauceda. They were two of the highest scorers on the team. The only one who scored more than Sauceda being Costa. So definitely they bring high impact to that offense, and they are clearly two dominant forces. Sauceda with many steals, and Riley able to produce 18 points.
Yeah, it's that 1-2 punch, you know, high scorer, good rebounder, and then a do everything else playmaker in Riley and Sauceda, and they have done very, very well in showcasing that this tournament.
Yeah, from Citrus's point, they did have some great play there from Morella and Ollier, especially towards the end. Their production seemed to lack in the third, and that was probably the biggest reason why they lost. If they were able to get some more points out of that third quarter, it would have been a bit of a closer game. But because, you know, only 2 points in that third quarter, that was really just killer for them. And, you know, you can't do much when you have 2 points in a quarter.
Yeah, and like you said, having only 2 points in the quarter, that is a huge momentum thing, and it will shake your confidence when you just cannot get anything to fall at all. And on top of that, you only shoot 2 for 6 from the free throw line. That's not great numbers, and you can't expect to win when it's like that. You're listening to the 45th annual Colleen Riley Holiday Crossover.
Welcome back to the 45th Annual Colleen Riley Holiday Crossover. I'm Ari Nachshon here with my partner Caleb Ramos, and we are here at the Hornet's Nest on Hornet Radio, and we are about to see the second game of the day. This will be the final day here at this tournament, and this game is going to be played by Santa Barbara Vaqueros and the Porterville Pirates. This is a big matchup for both teams, with Santa Barbara just freshly off of a win against Fullerton last night. They played in that third game, and Porterville just coming off of a loss. They had played the game previously just before that. So definitely a big game for both teams. Who would be a key player, Caleb, for either team?
Both teams, you gotta look at, for Porterville, Danier Banuelos, who had a double-double yesterday, 13 points, 10 rebounds. And then for the Vaqueros, you got to obviously look at Isis Poteet, who before the tournament had 6 straight double-doubles, and just yesterday had another monster day, 21, 7, and 2.
Yeah. Isis Poteet, definitely a key player there for Santa Barbara. For Porterville, though, another key player that definitely should have eyes on her throughout the whole match, Andrea Perez, definitely a leader of the team on the offensive side, definitely also on the defense, but specifically with the passes and the assists, she will be a player to watch here tonight.
We want to take a quick second to thank Andrea for coming on air with us earlier in the first game as well.
Yeah, and also thank you to Jaden Bone and Kaylee Bassetti from Santa Barbara. They were able to come and talk to us and give us some insight about their game and how they're going to prep for this one that they're about to be playing in 5 minutes.
Yeah, you look at the Vaqueros and look at their shooting numbers from yesterday. They shot 55% from three-point. I don't think that's sustainable, but I do think that they will be able to win this game.
So now recap from the first and second day of the tournament, specifically for these two teams. What do you think, or the stats? Okay, right, we had Santa Barbara, their first game, they lost to Citrus. The second one, they beat Fullerton. Now they're coming into this with, you know, a new mentality that they can win. And then you have Porterville, who had lost both games. So how do you expect this one to go?
I think for Santa Barbara, they are 9-3 on the season, and their only 3 losses are coming to top 25 teams. With they lost to Citrus, who is just one above them. Citrus is 22, Santa Barbara's 23. They lost to number 25, Antelope Valley, so another really close team, and then they lost to the top 3 team, Orange Coast. So all of their losses have been extremely close and with really, really good teams. So knowing that, and knowing that Porterville is 5-7 and basically have already tied and potentially are going to beat their win total from last season already this soon without hitting conference play, I do think that Santa Barbara is going to have more of a runaway game than the close games we've seen so far. I don't think it'll be an absolute blowout, but
so notably for Porterville, they've got those 2 stars that we saw, but some of their other key players, because again, they only have 7 who will be available for the game today. It'll be Selena Mora, Jada Bravo, Angeli Cibrian, Alexis Vasquez, Andrea Perez, Danae Buenuelos, and Crystal Maciel. You know, those starters are going to be very important here. Jada Bravo hit some very big threes that we had seen in the last game. Angeli Cibrian was up and down the floor, making those big impact plays, those big steals, you know, getting those layups when needed, even a couple threes her way too. And Alexis Vasquez, she was really the number 3 for Porterville in that game. So if they're able to be consistent and not have a super, you know, if they're able to consistently be scoring all game, I can totally see them having a much more successful night than they've had previously.
yeah, you mentioned Jada Bravo, and she did come off the bench yesterday, but she has made it into the starting lineup. in the spot of Selena Mora. And Jada Bravo is averaging 10 points per game, so she is one of their biggest scorers. So I think that her ability to score is a much-needed juice to the starting lineup.
Yeah, Bravo, definitely well-earned to get that starting spot. I mean, when you're in a position where you've lost the last two, you've only got 7 players available, maybe changing it up, even just one player, never hurts to try something new. Now I'm going to hand it over to you, Caleb. Santa Barbara City College. They've got everyone available. It's a big roster, lots of players. You saw them play yesterday. They've got their 5 starters. What do you think of this team?
I think that they are an extremely well-rounded team. You look at the stats from yesterday. Each starter for the team had 2+ steals, one of them having 3. And I believe it was Kaylee Bassetti who did have 3 steals yesterday. They, like I had mentioned earlier, they shot 55% from 3, and that is a huge jump from their season average of 25%. And they also shot around 50% from the field in general. So they had a great shooting night yesterday, and I believe they're going to be riding that high into today's game, keeping their momentum.
Yeah, definitely. Having that loaded bench for Santa Barbara should definitely be a good kick in those later parts of the first and second half when they need to get those starters rested. But having that gritty defense able to make big steals like that throughout the whole game is definitely going to be a game changer from them.
Number 23, Andrea Perez. And 24, Danae Banuelos. Assistant coach Isaac Salazar.
And now the starters here are being announced for both teams. For Santa Barbara City College, it'll be Araya Fox, Kaylee Lawson, Kaylee Bassetti, Isis Petit, and Kennedy Nutter. For Porterville, your starters are going to be Jada Bravo, Angeli Cibrian, Alexis Vasquez, Andrea Perez, and Danae Banuelos. Those will be your starters for both teams, and we're about to get underway here in this second match of the 45th Annual Colleen Riley Holiday Crossover. So, the final score from the Santa Barbara Fullerton game that happened last night, it was 67 to Santa Barbara. They scored 67, and 56 for Fullerton. So, an 11-point win, and a big one after their loss to Citrus in the first night here.
Yeah, you look at the stats from yesterday. Having 3 players score 14+, with Bassetti, Poti, and Nutter scoring 14, 21, and 14 respectively. I think that having that, they are top-heavy on the scorers, because besides those 3, nobody scored above 5. So looking at that, you got to know that those are their players, and if you're Porterville, you have to find a way to slow them down, and if you can't, it's going to be a rough game.
Especially when you have 3 other players who are able to make big impacts defensively. Yeah, the turnover numbers are high, but the amount of steals that they are able to make. I mean, you have every single player who played more than 15 minutes, so 16 minutes and higher, have at least 2 steals, and now the tip was won by Santa Barbara. And there's your first bucket there of the game by Araya Fox. That'll be Andrea Perez being swarmed at the top of the court already. Game just become already a full court press from Santa Barbara, and that's going to be a turnover. That's a violation, 10-second violation. They are not able to get the ball to the half-court line, and that's going to be Santa Barbara's ball.
That's one of Santa Barbara's calling cards for their team. Intense, tight defense. We talked to the coach and a couple of players earlier today, and we talked to the coach yesterday. That is something that they're proud of, playing tight defense that is very stifling for the other team.
Bassetti with a 3, and that one was just short, so it was rebounded there by the Pirates, and Vasquez loses the ball going the other way. But now Bassetti gets it back, and she's going to drive it all the way down and get it in the corner, and that 3 is going to be off the glass there. Nutter was not able to connect, but it was rebounded and made there by Petit. They lost the ball there. Petit gets it back. She gets her own rebound, and it's going to be a foul as she goes to the line for 2. Araya Fox with both shots for the Vaqueros. And as you mentioned, Petit being the key player for them tonight. She misses the first of the 2 free throws. The second is up, and she gets that one for her first point of the night. So it's going to be 5-0 going Santa Barbara's way. They keep the full court press. Perez has the ball, gets it to a very far Cibrian, but the ball is lost. The pass is just too far, and it's going to be a turnover there.
That was exactly what the Pirates needed to break the press. Cibrian was open. She had nobody between her and the basket. The pass was just a little bit too strong, a little bit too much muscle behind it. So thrown out of bounds, but if you can continue to get that kind of press break, that's what you need to get past this Santa Barbara defense.
And already a quick sub, only a minute and a half in. Bravo's going to come off for Mora. She's going to be playing instead. And she gets that rebound there and loses the ball, but Cibrian is able to recover and keep possession. She's still getting absolutely swarmed by the Santa Barbara defense. But it is still the Pirates' ball, and Banuelos will inbound. Perez takes it up. She drives in, and she gets stuffed by Fox. And now Bassetti with the fast break layup all by herself, and she gets it, scoops it in, and that's going to be a timeout there for the Pirates. Only 2 minutes into the game, the score is 7-0, and Santa Barbara is on fire.
That was a absolutely nasty block by Fox. You could hear it all the way over here, even with our headsets on, and there was just nobody between Bassetti and the other rim.
Yeah, the height difference here definitely, we can really see a big deal here. I mean, they aren't able to get past the defense of the Vaqueros. They are just too big, they're too athletic, and they are able to make those plays, whether that be on the three-point line or inside the paint.
If you look at the Vaqueros close enough, you can see it on their face. They are intense, they want to win, and they are going extremely, extremely hard against this Pirates team.
And now we're back from this timeout. We'll have a reset of the lineups for you. For the Pirates, it'll be Vasquez, Cibrian, Banuelos, Mora, and Perez, and that's a 3 there. And Bassetti gets the 3, and it is now 10-0. The full court press continues, so we'll start with Bassetti there, but along with her will be Fox and Nutter and, of course, Petit. And finally, it'll be Lawson. So that's your 5 for the Santa Barbara City College Vaqueros. They have the ball on the other side. It is now 10-2. There's going to be a push, and that's going to be a foul. So it's going to be back on the sideline there for the Vaqueros. And there's going to be a sub as Bravo comes back in for Mora very quickly. And it looks like Maciel is getting ready to come in for the first time tonight. And she's going to come in for Perez.
You got to look at both of these teams, and you have to think that Perez is coming in to try and stop the essentially trying to stop the bleeding of points in the paint.
Lawson with a big 3 in the corner. The ball got deflected to her a bit, and she hits it. No one was defending her, and now it is 13-2. She gets the steal on the full court press, and then Bassetti open for the 3, and she hits it. This Santa Barbara team is on fire, and the Pirates cannot stop them. The full court press is too much for them to handle, and they can't even get past it. Bassetti gets the ball again, gets it to Petit, who has the ball. Her and her own teammate fighting for the rebound. Now Nutter with the ball, gets it back to Bassetti. She fakes the 3. Gets it to Petit, who pushes down in the paint and gets the easy 2. And now the score is 18-2, Vaqueros' way.
This is shaping up to be a absolute blowout. 2.5 minutes into the game, and it's already 18-2.
Yeah, this is an unreal to watch. And there's going to be a foul, and it looks like there's going to be 2 free throws there for Nutter. Perez comes in for Vasquez, so another sub for the Pirates.
We were talking about the lack of players for the Pirates, and it certainly is showing right now. The lack of players for the Pirates is certainly showing, as both players on the bench seem exhausted.
And both free throws made there from Nutter. It'll be Perez who drives the ball up, and Cibrian gets the ball on the wing. She hits it off of the leg of Bassetti. And so it's going to be their ball in a pretty dangerous area for the first time in a while today. Only 4 minutes in, and it's already 20-2, an 18-point lead. Only 1 bucket made for the Pirates, but Cibrian gets a 3 off, and it's good, and now it is 20-5. That's a big 3 there. Oh, but the ball is received at the other end. And it's going to be Nutter with the ball at the 3-point line. Gets it to Lawson, who misses the 3. Bassetti got the rebound but lost it. And it's going to be a loose ball foul there, and it's going to go the way of the Pirates. So they'll have the ball to inbound here, and maybe it'll be slowed down a little bit for them.
The Pirates have not figured out a consistent way to break the full court press. They have gotten a couple of lucky long passes, but it seems like they are struggling to get through it consistently.
And that's a great layup there from Banuelos. So they're starting to crack this defense open a bit, but the best way to do it would be to spread that offense out. Fox with the ball. She gets it to Petit on the wing, to Lawson at the 3. That'll be Fox in the corner, back to Petit. She tries the lay, rebounded by Lawson, and she gets the 2 there, 22-7. Vaqueros up. Perez gets past half court and gets it to Banuelos. Bravo in the corner, back to Banuelos at the top. She's going to drive in, being guarded heavily there, but she gets it over Nutter for a nice 2. 22-9 here with 5 minutes left, so we are halfway through this first quarter. It's a high-scoring one, that's for sure. Nutter on the 3-point line in the corner. She couldn't get that one to fall. Cibrian on the fast break. A one-on-one there against Bassetti. She gets it over her, but it's just too strong, and the rebound is going to be Fox's. She gets it to Lawson, who has her own chance to go in, and she gets a nice floater. That's going to be just a mid-range jump shot right there from Lawson. 24-9.
Seems like the Vaqueros have backed off their full court press for now, but switching to half court press, but the Pirates are breaking through that a lot easier.
Cibrian, that 3 wasn't any good, but now Lawson has the ball back at the 3-point line. Bassetti's going to try to do something with it. She's going to drive it in and pass it out to Fox, but it's just over her head. And that's going to be a turnover and a big, big substitution there. All 5 Vaqueros coming out, a whole new 5 coming in. We have not seen that yet, but the team in will be Jaden Bone, Sienna Hoban, Lily Losak, and then your other 2 are going to be Kylie Garcia and Emerise Camargo. That'll be your 5 for the Vaqueros. And now there's going to be another timeout here.
Timeout charge to Porterville.
And it's going to be a Porterville timeout. I'm Ari Nachshon here with Caleb Ramos on Hornet Radio. That has been an intense first quarter so far.
You got to look at the stifling defense of Santa Barbara City College and the intensity that they play with and the press. And like I had mentioned, Porterville not able to break it, you have to be able to either have someone who can dribble through the press, which it doesn't seem like they have that person, or you have to make a lot of quick passes, moving up the court, not taking any long passes that can get picks, because this defense led by Araya Fox and her intensity and skill on the ball will pick off any pass that they can.
And not even just on the ball, off the ball, she is the best defender we've seen tonight, and they're going to continue to make these big plays with her on the floor. We'll be able to see if they're able to do it with her on the bench as of right now. But with this timeout, they'll have a chance to rest, so we might see some of those starters come back on. The best way to break this press, though, spread them out. If you keep running around and you spread the floor as much as you can, it will...
Sorry to cut you off.
You're
I didn't
good.
mean to. You got to get the ball to the middle of the court, get options, and be able to get options on both sides and be able to not let them know where you're going to go and not let them trap you.
So that right there was an attempted layup and a foul from Kylie Garcia almost immediately since she came into the game. So it'll be 2 free throws there for Vasquez. The first one is no good. And these free throws are especially important because they only have 9 points right now. You're down 15. You want to make use of those shots that you get. The second one was good, so now it's a 14-point lead, 24-10 with just under 4 minutes left in this first quarter. Bone with the shot. And that's a great 2 there from Jaden Bone, 26-10. Perez takes the ball down. The press is finally starting to break a little, and they're starting to get more comfortable in the game, Porterville. She gets the ball back up at the top of the three-pointer. And she's going to drive it in, and she's going to get fouled. The 2 doesn't roll in, but she'll get 2 shots anyway to make up for it. And we're here with Fullerton College Hornets assistant coach Carissa Gunawan. There you go.
Thank you.
So, a disappointing loss yesterday, but you guys have a chance to, you're playing again today. How do you plan to build off of that?
Just taking what we learned from yesterday, making sure that we play hard all 40 minutes, we meeting the ball, the little details, staying disciplined on defense, making sure that we box out and communicate. All the little things that, we failed to do yesterday, we're looking to pretty much do them correctly today.
You had some great scoring there from Aaron Troy and Haley Lakey. Those are the top scorers of the night. Is there any way you're looking to improve with them, or maybe to change it up tactically for the game today?
Yes, so unfortunately Erin did get injured last night, so she'll be out today. We are looking for Haley to do what she's been doing. I know she took a lot of great shots yesterday, but unfortunately they were a little bit too short last night, so we talked to her today, make sure that she's focused for today's game, letting go of yesterday's loss, but taking away or learning from the mistakes that she had yesterday. And we're also looking to get Sochi back into the rotation. I know yesterday she was in foul trouble, so that did cost us a little bit. So we're also looking to add her back into our rotation today, making sure that she's ready to go and easing off the fouls.
Carissa, we saw the game last night against this very dynamic Santa Barbara team. And I hung out with Dan a little earlier today, and Dan said, it looked like they basically just beat up on your rhythm out there on the court, that you had absolutely no rhythm whatsoever. And what I found surprising, because I asked Dan, I said, you didn't call any timeouts. You let them play through it. And he said, yeah, it was a learning experience for the team, but also for you as coaches while you were sitting in the sideline. So how was it a learning experience for the coaching staff?
Well, first off, we are missing we were missing 3 starters. Kaylee was out with concussion protocol. We have a Britt who's been out since our scrimmages from Santa Ana. So, and then Sochi was out with her fouls. So, we're trying to pretty much find the fluidity with the set of teams that we have or the rotations that we have. And so we try to let them learn through their mistakes as the game goes. And as coaches, when we're watching on sideline, we're trying to figure out what can we do to get our offense going when we don't have our main scorers, we don't have our point guards. And we're just trying to figure out which rotation is going to work. We try to brainstorm on sideline, what can we do offensively to get our players going? Defensively, what do we need to adjust on? Who do we need to rotate off of? It's little things like that.
You told me that you basically, I said, what do you do for the staff? You said, I'm basically the person who goes out and recruits.
Mm-hmm.
So when you watch this team now, are you already looking towards next year? You know who you're probably going to lose. And are you saying right now when you're watching a play, especially a tough team like Santa Barbara, I'm going to have to fill that spot? Or our weakness is, what do you do as a recruiter when you're watching the game? How do you watch it?
Everything that you just said. As soon as from day one that we start season, I know who's leaving. We know that Sochi's going to leave. Our main scorer is going to leave. We have a lot of pretty athletic and strong girls that are leaving this year. And so when I go to recruit, I try to look for players that can fill those roles. I know that we need to look for another scorer. I know that we need to look for another defensive guard. So when I go out and recruit, I look for those little things. I look to find people that fit our culture as well, who are coachable. They're respectable too, and academically, they're just motivated.
Going back to yesterday's game and preparing for today, you guys had 19 turnovers. How do you guys, as coaching staff, talk to your players and say, basically, what do you say of this is what we should do to try and limit those?
It all goes down back to discipline. I think that we, in the third quarter especially, we sort of lacked that discipline that we've tried to promote in them since day one. It's little things, again, like meeting the ball, making sure that our passes are strong, utilizing those ball fakes. It's all just the little things that cause us those turnovers, making sure our passing angles are correct, and we try to pass, from the top of the key when it shouldn't be coming from that to the post area. It should be from the wing side. And so we try to just remind the girls consistently to just stay disciplined with the things that we tell them.
So when we look at you as a coach, because we know that sports should promote within, especially for the women, because the women have been, through the years, lacking on the sidelines, be it in the women's game. And the women should transition to the men's game. Sorry, I think there should be women outside. Where would you like to see your career go here in the game of the basketball?
Ideally, I would want to, become a recruiter for a 4-year school. That would be an ultimate goal. But I love it here. I played here about 7 years ago under Coach Foster, and being able to come back here was just a blessing in disguise. It's made me so happy, and just connecting with all these girls, I just want to see how far I can go with this, whether it's at a 4-year, whether I stay here. I mean, ideally, again, the dream would be to coach at a D1 school. But yeah, that's.
Before we do let you go, because you did play for Marcia Foster, and I don't think that Marcia.
So, just real quick to the score. It is 27-19. We are about to end this first quarter here. There is 20 seconds left on the clock.
Go. So stick around, because I'm going to follow up with that in a second.
Perez has the ball. She's taking it down. The press is still high. Cibrian gets it, and back to Perez. The shot clock is off. There's 5 seconds left. They're driving. She's being swarmed by 2 players. She gets it to Vasquez, but the clock runs out, and that's the end of the first quarter, 29-18. The Vaqueros are up.
We're very fortunate to have one of the bright young coaches here in community college basketball, and a former player for Marcia Foster. And just before the end of that quarter, because you played for Marcia, two things with Marcia. Probably Marcia doesn't get enough love as the head coach here at Fullerton College. She coached at Cal State Fullerton, then ended up coming here. She had a great career as a player. So your insight to Marcia Foster, what she meant to you as a player, and when we look at the game of basketball, where would you like to see women's basketball go?
I want to see it being more promoted. You know, when I see our stands, last year and like even when I was playing, our crowd wasn't as filled compared to the men's.
Which is unfair and not right.
Mm-hmm. Right, and so like just the little things like that, like just making sure that it's equally fair grounds. I feel like women's basketball is slowly transitioning into getting more viewership, we're getting seen more, and that's something I just want to see it continue because I love watching women's basketball. I think that they're so tough, and yeah, it's just really fun to watch women.
And tell me a little about what Marcia did for you.
What Marcia did for me?
Yes.
Everything. Everything and anything. She really taught me what it means to create a culture within a team, and that's something that I took in when I first got brought onto the coaching staff. It's so important to have culture, and she always talked about having locker room culture, and that always stuck with me, and that's why I think that's what I did best when I was playing under her, is to bring like the newcomers along, like when I was a sophomore, making sure that everyone is comfortable with each other, making sure we have that chemistry with each other, and just supporting them wherever they want to go, whether they want to continue to play. I want to get them to where they want to go, whether they want to just focus on education after these 2 years. I just want to help my girls get to where they need to be.
Well, I can tell you're somebody that learned from Marcia Foster, and I really appreciate what you've told me.
Okay, so we have some new lineups here. Santa Barbara has in now. They have Fox. It'll also be along with her.
Ari stops for a second as we look at what's going on here.
Well, thank you so much for this interview. We're very glad to hear your insight on coaching and the games from this tournament, because it's nice to always get like an inside view from the people who are a part of it and not just as from the outside here. So we just wanted to thank you for being on the show.
Thank you so much for having me.
Now, the lineups here for Santa Barbara. Number 10, it'll be Sienna Hoban along with number 44, Sierra Jewell. They're getting some of their first minutes here. But then we also have Isis Petit and Araya Fox, who've been playing, and now Isis Petit is going to the line for 2. And finally, it'll be number 34, Mariah Shkova, who is getting some of her first minutes as well. So 3 more players off the bench. They're really making use of this bench, Santa Barbara. But for Porterville, their lineup, pretty similar to what we've seen. Maciel, Vasquez, along with Banuelos, Perez, and Bravo. So that'll be the not the starters, but the people in for both teams. The score is 33-19. The Vaqueros are up, and there is 8 minutes and 49 seconds here in this second quarter, as Petit misses both free throws. A bit unusual for her.
She's currently 1 for 4 from the line in the game today.
Yeah, 25% there, and it looks like it's going to be a turnover for Santa Barbara. So Banuelos will be inbounding. So pretty good, an interesting interview there. First time we got an assistant coach on the show this tournament. It's always fun to hear some inside perspective from someone actually involved in the tournament. And that there is going to be double team on Vasquez. She almost loses the ball, but Banuelos gets it up top. There's only 5 seconds left and a 3 there from Perez, but it's just off to the left. Vasquez looks to get hit, but she loses the ball. It goes out of bounds, and Santa Barbara will get possession. just over 8 minutes left. Shakova will be the primary ball handler right now. It's almost a new team every 5 minutes here for Santa Barbara. They've just got a loaded bench, but Petit almost loses the ball. Looks like it's going to be a foul there on Banuelos, and it's going to go the way of the Pirates.
The Pirates are a very top-heavy scoring team right now. They have just one person who's made more than one basket, and that is Dene Banuelos.
And it seemed to be that way last game, too. The only people who had made more than 5 points were her and Perez. Score is 33-19, but now add another 2 for the Pirates, 33-21, as good layup is made there. Just under 8 minutes now, 7:30. That'll be Fox who loses the ball. It'll be stolen by Bravo. And now Perez takes it down, and she loses the ball there. Tried to make a scoop layup, but it was just too short, and that ball's thrown out of bounds there. Just a little too far there from Hoban. And so it's going to be a turnover for the Vaqueros.
You look at that last drive. Looked like she knew she was shooting all the way. Wasn't even looking to pass. She kind of tucked the ball like a halfback does going through the offensive line.
Yeah, she was ready for all of the defenders in her way, but it was just short. Maciel backing in, and that's going to be a travel and another turnover. That's 2 back-to-back there. Hoban now taking the ball up. So it looks like they're switching primary ball handlers. There isn't exactly one who's going to be the point guard for this Santa Barbara team at the moment, and that is going to be short there for Hoban. Just going to rim up and out. Hoban gets it over to Shakova in the corner, or Jewel in the corner, and Jewel hits a big 3. First points for her. Only a few minutes for her, and already a big 3. Cibrian with the ball. She got trapped, and now is trapped there from Banuelos as she falls, and Shakova with an easy layup and another 2 points, and the Pirates just look frustrated here.
Yeah, they can't do anything. Ever since the starters came out and Fox was moved from guard down to forward, she hasn't been as intense on the ball for defense, but still very, very good defense from Santa Barbara, and it is definitely frustrating the Pirates.
Yeah, Fox with an absolute ball hawk steal right there. She came from the middle of the paint all the way out to the three-point line to get that one, but then threw it over Shakova, and that was a turnover there. So, you know, the steal was important, but they lost the ball in the end. 38-21 here. Vaqueros up. Just under 6 minutes now in this half. Perez with the ball at the top. She's being trapped. Vasquez drives in and gets the 2 and 1. And she's going to go to the line. See if she can make it a 3-point play here.
Vasquez yesterday went 8 for 8 from the free throw line, shooting 100%, which is extremely hard to do, especially when you're tired running up and down the court all game and you don't have that many subs to give you a rest.
I mean, we ran 3 times around, and we didn't even combine for 8, so that's pretty impressive, and we took 20 of them, so, you know.
I had 7.
Definitely give her props. Fox with the ball in the middle, gets it out to Jewel again for a corner 3, this time a little too strong. Bassetti passes it out, but it's going to be a foul there, so that's going to go down to the baseline. And they're going to run a box play. Bassetti inbounding, seeing if she can get it in time, and she does. She gets it over to Lawson, who's back in. She crosses over Bravo and gets a layup off the glass. It's going to be 40 points now for the Vaqueros, 40-24, just over 5 minutes in this half. Bravo swings it over. Vasquez with some nice moves, gets it up to Perez. Perez being absolutely swarmed, and it's going to be a reach foul. Ball's going to be taken up at the top. 14 left on the shot clock for the Pirates.
Actually, it looks like there's going to be a reset shot clock.
It's going to be reset to 20, but now it's a timeout called by the Pirates. I'm Ari Nachshon here with Caleb Ramos on Hornet Radio.
You look at the score, it is 42-24.
And we're back with the 45th Annual Colleen Riley Holiday Crossover. I'm Ari Nachshon here with Caleb Ramos.
I was saying, you got to look at the score, and it is 42-24 for the Vaqueros, and it's not quite as bad as it was in the first quarter when they were down 20-2. About the same score differential. It just they are able to put the ball in the basket now, and they weren't in the first quarter. So that's got to be a little bit of a confidence boost, but they also can't stop Santa Barbara at the same time.
Just 5 minutes now in this half. Perez with the ball at the top. Signals for help and gets it from Bravo. She drives in. She gets what seems to be stuffed there by Shakova, and it's going to be a turnover. She gets the ball on the wing, passes it back out to Bassetti. She's going to try to do something with it. Back to Shakova on the corner, and that's going to be money for a three there. She's having a great day for herself. Just off the bench, too. Just came in that second and already making big impact. Banuelos with the ball. 2 defenders on her. Now Cibrian tries to drive in, and it's going to be a foul there. So the ball's going to go to the sideline. Or now it's actually bonus, so she'll be taking shots.
You mentioned Shakova and how she is having a great game. You're correct. She is already over her season average for points. You look at her season average of 4.2, and then look at the amount of time that we have left. We're only about 4 minutes left in the first half, and she's already at 7.
Big impact off the bench there. But Cibrian makes the first of the 2 free throws. So she's back at the line for a second, and that one is good. So 2 for 2 there. It's now 43-26. 4 minutes left in this half. Bassetti with the ball takes a deep 3, and it goes. Now a 20-point lead once again. Perez being heavily guarded by Bassetti. She's made some big, big threes. So, I believe it's either her second or her third on the night. Cibrian in the corner with a 3, and it goes. They're trading threes there, and it's 46-29. Bassetti with the ball at the top, being heavily, heavily pressed by Bravo. She won't let her get another 3 off. In the corner, it was Nutter, but now it's... And that one is not going to be good. Petit was not able to get that ball up, but it was just wide. Perez scoops it out. Vasquez with a 3. It's going to be a little too deep. That's going to be Bassetti with the ball. She gets it over, and that's going to be a foul there. That's going to be a blocking foul from Adil. Or Adil will be at the line for 2.
You had mentioned Kaylee Bassetti and her extraordinary shooting ability today. You were correct. She is 3 for 4 from beyond the arc, and has another 2 to add on to that. She has 11, already above her season high of 10.
75% from 3 is no joke. So that second one won't connect there. Banuelos drives it down with a little spin move, gets a foul. It doesn't drop in, but she'll be taking 2 at the line. So you know, a 3 there from Bassetti, a 3 from Cibrian. Free throws there from Adil, and now free throws for Banuelos. So they're kind of just trading plays right now.
Definitely a bit aggressive there from Banuelos. Just head down, head and shoulder down, spin move, not even looking to pass with 4 defenders and all of our teammates beyond the 3-point line.
All right, so the first one made for Banuelos, but the second one just rims out. It's going to be no good. And now you got Petit with the ball at the top. She's going to get it to Bone. And that's going to be another 3-point attempt there, and it rims out. Just barely missed there from Bassetti. She hard pressing, but Perez now with the ball. Perez gets it to Bravo, and Bravo with a nice little layup. Just some easy points when you're open to cut it to 15. So clawing back at the lead slightly, but 2 minutes left in the second quarter.
You gotta want to take this momentum that you have right now into the half. You're right, slowly but surely crawling back from the deficit that they're in. You want to take that and into half and come back out with the same, if not more, intensity.
Now the ball on the sideline. Seti will be inbounding, but a sub there. Bravo will come out. And that means that Mora will be in. She hasn't played much in the second quarter, so we'll see if she's able to make as much of an impact as Bravo just did with that layup. That's going to be a short 3 there from Adil. And Petit fouls Banuelos, so Banuelos will be going to the line because they're in the bonus. So any foul sends them straight to the line. Doesn't matter where on the floor it is, doesn't matter what kind of foul, you're taking free throws.
Banuelos missed her last one, but that was her first missed free throw of the day. She's 4 for 5.
And there you go. The first one is in, so that would be 5 for 6 if I'm correct.
You would be.
Okay.
Thought I might have jinxed her there for a second.
11 points for her so far. And she's going to make it 12 with a great free throw and another sub. Bravo will come back in almost immediately, but this time for Cibrian, so she'll get to take a rest. Bassetti will take the ball down, as she has for most of the game, at least for when she's been in. She seems to be the primary point guard for the team. Adil gets past, but it's going to be too far. Bone threw it a little too much behind her, and it's going to be a turnover there for Santa Barbara. And now we're going to see some more substitutions. That'll be number 25, Lily Losak, who comes in. And it'll be Adil and Bone who sub out, and Hoban who comes in as well. So not a full roster change there. We won't see all 5 come in and out, just 2.
Yeah, it's not often that you see the all 5 change like we did earlier, unless it's garbage time and they want to get players minutes.
And there you go. Bassetti with the steal, the fast break, and the layup. They eclipse 50, and it's now 51 to 34.
Having 51 in a half is absolutely insane. That's the final score for some of these teams.
There you go, a minute left. Another fast break there. This time it's a 3-on-3. Bassetti gets a ball in the corner for a 3, and she nails it. Just under a minute left now. Almost up 20. It's an 18-point deficit there for the Pirates. Banuelos with the ball at the top. She's going to be passing it off to Vasquez on the screen. Bravo almost loses it, but is able to keep the ball. Mora being swarmed by a much larger Petite, and the ball is going to continue going the way of the Pirates. Bravo had it poked out, but it'll stay their way.
We've said Bassetti's name a lot tonight, you know, having her come on air with us, talk about this game and yesterday's, and she's having an absolute lights-out game. 13 points, 6 of 9 shooting 67% from the field.
Pretty fantastic, and here comes Nutter with the steal. She passes it off to... That would have been Hoban with the ball, but they lost it there. And Perez with the ball. The shot clock is expired. She's going to be stuffed there, to be honest. That was Petite with a big, big block, and it's going to stay the way of the Pirates. But that was a great block, and now it's under 20 seconds left. 19.8 left on the clock in this half. Inbounded by Banuelos to Bravo. Bravo's going to stay at the top with the ball, but hand it off to Perez. Perez again. She's going to drive in and take the two, but it's not going to connect. And now Nutter with the ball. Petit couldn't get it off in time. And it's going to be 52-34 here at the Colleen Riley, the 45th annual Colleen Riley Holiday Crossover. I'm Ari Nachshon here with Caleb Ramos. An exciting first half there.
Like we had mentioned before, 51 or 52 points in a first half is extraordinary. I wouldn't be shocked if they get close to, if not eclipse 100.
And now we're here on the air with Fullerton College Hornet, Juliana Conklin. We're so excited to have you on the air. You have a game coming up later, and you played actually against this team yesterday.
Yes.
Definitely a rough loss. How, if you're going against them, how do you play against a team that does this full court press?
Based on the team yesterday?
Mm-hmm.
Definitely smart passes. I think that's where we kind of faltered yesterday. We kind of let the pressure get to us. But yeah, correcting our passes, the angle of the passes, I think that's a big thing, and staying composed.
How do you want to go?
Yeah, I'll go. How do you take knowing that and implement it into today's game with having not much of a time to practice, if any at all?
I think one thing that we talked about as a team is yesterday there's always adjustments that we need to make based on the team we're playing, but I think we allowed ourselves to make too many adjustments where we weren't playing our game. So I think today it's a focus on making the other team adjust to us.
For today's game, is there any way that, so obviously it's not going to be the same style of play from Cerritos as you saw yesterday. How do you prepare both for yourself personally and then as a team for a game like that?
Yeah, I think just separating last game from this game, for me it's reminding myself to stay in the moment, stay present, and yeah, we just have to run the floor today, stay at our quick pace.
You looked at yesterday's game against Santa Barbara. I think the thing was our learning experience there, because when you look at the OEC, who has some dynamic women's basketball teams like your teams, does a game like yesterday's game get you more prepared for conference play?
Yes, 100%. That's one thing we talked about, is because Santa Barbara even beat one of the conference teams we're going to play, or they lost to them only by 5 points. And so it kind of puts into perspective how much better we need to get before conference, because we plan on winning conference. So.
And I had the opportunity to talk to Dan, and I said I was a little surprised he didn't call timeouts, and he said, sometimes I let the girls stay out there. They've got to figure things out for themselves, Mark. They can't always expect the coaching staff to have the answer. Do you get that mindset as a player every once in a while you're on the court where you go, why is he not calling a time? I mean, I really wonder this. Do you sometimes as a player go, why isn't coach calling a timeout? We're drowning out here.
Yeah, I think I notice it honestly more if I'm on the bench. I think that's where I get to see it more as, okay, they've scored 2-3 points back to back. We should be calling a timeout. In the game, I'm not as much focused on it, and I do understand what he's saying, because sometimes it's you just got to find your rhythm, but it's a tough balance. It's a tough decision sometimes. So.
Looking at your stats from both yesterday and the season, you had 7 points, 2 rebounds yesterday, and basically you're averaging 5.5 and 2.5 rebounds on the season. And do you think that you are prepared to possibly step up, do more with the absence of Erin Choi?
Yeah, I think for myself as a player, I recently just came off 2 ACL surgeries, and so this weekend is my first weekend being not limited with time. So it's a big change. But yeah, 100%. We also got another one of our players, one of our starters, back from a concussion, so we have her today too. But yeah, I plan on increasing my game every single day. So.
Coming back from ACL surgery, how does it feel to be back on the floor without the limited minutes, being able to play as you did before?
It's honestly, it's a struggle every day because I still struggle with pain off and on, and I'm still getting back to like the conditioning that I was at, being as conditioned. But it's still fun, and I just have to enjoy each game that I get because I was out for so long.
You know, one thing that's very interesting is Corey even said it to you when you walked up. Are you the left-hander? And Corey's a basketball freak. I mean, he's a baller. Him and I have probably done maybe close to about 400 games together broadcasting.
Wow.
And yet I look at players and they see a left-hander, and why is it that the left-hander is an anomaly when we look at basketball?
Yeah, I hear it almost every game. I hear it on the bench against every team we play, like the opposing bench. I always hear the coaches and the players, force her right, she's lefty. But I think we're so used to forcing players left on defense because that's, what we see 90% of the time. And so even though, the opposing team knows I'm a left-handed player, it's so easy to forget because we're also thinking of a million other things on the court.
Are you a natural left-hander?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Because, I mean, you could right-handed and everything else, but pick up the game of basketball, start shooting with your left hand, figure out that works, and you'd be one of those players where everybody would go, you're naturally a right-hander and you're shooting left-handed. That's why I wanted to know. Because, I mean, I've seen that in baseball. I know Caleb, who plays volleyball, has probably seen that people where they're more one side than the other, but he knows that they're actually the opposite. Mm-hmm. So that's why I wanted to ask.
Yeah, I'm left-handed with everything. There's some things I'm right-handed, like hitting a baseball bat, I'm right-handed.
Really?
It's
weird,
okay.
Yeah. All right. See, there is the anomaly. There you go. Set you guys up for that. Go ahead.
I was just gonna say, piggybacking off of that, with you being a left-hander, is there any potential professional left-hand basketball players that you model your game after, or do you still kind of model it after a righty, just adapt it to you, or do you even have a player that you try to copy, essentially?
Honestly, I don't, and I think that's one place I need to work on myself is I watch basketball, but I think I do need to pinpoint a couple that, I can see in myself and I want to, add in my game based off of them. But I don't really focus on left-handed or right-handed players because I myself I want to improve on my right-handed game too. So
I don't really think that you need to essentially pinpoint a player that you want to model your game after. I mean, if you have your own game, you have your own game, and if it works, it works, and it seems like it is.
Thanks.
All right, I'm going to jump in front of you just because he's not around here. Corey Neyland and I have a running argument. And, of course, I've asked Dan, I've asked Perry Webster, so now I'm going to put a player on the spot. When it comes to shooting free throws, what percentage is acceptable for a player at the line? I mean, should they be able to shoot a minimum of 80%, a minimum of 75%? You, if you were a coach, what would you think would be the acceptable percentage for a person at the free throw line?
I think if I were a coach as a whole, looking at the whole team, I would expect a minimum of 75%. Obviously, it should be higher at their free throws, but I think it's especially hard when you're in the middle of a game and you're also tired. It's hard to replicate that same situation in a practice. But yeah, I would say the minimum is 75%, but definitely would want higher.
Now that's an interesting. I agree. See, I believe in 80.
Yeah.
But I think the thing that's real interesting is what you said there is that in a game you can't replicate practice because you're tired. So I mean, is there that thing for us, the fans, when we pick on you, the players, and go, how can she be missing free throws? Mm-hmm. I mean, you've got to have them to win. Is there that thing really for you at the line where you're tired and it affects you that much mentally and or physically?
Yeah, I think for players it's a mixture of tired, but also maybe there's some pressure also in there. For me, I went 2 and 4 last night, and that was frustrating for me. I expected 4 for 4, but I'm still working again on improving that part of my game as well. So.
Just a little. Sorry, Ari. I didn't mean to cut you off. Go ahead.
That's all right. No worries. So when it comes to this tournament specifically, pressure, I would say there's a little, mostly because you're like playing at home and everything, and you're playing in the Colleen Riley holiday crossover. What does playing in this tournament mean to you?
I think it's just protecting our home court is the big thing, and I think that's why last night was so frustrating. We also have a lot of family and friends watching, so there's that kind of expectation that you play good, and so there is pressure, and I think that's also what we allowed get to us last night. Not just the pressure on the court, but the pressure of what's around us. But yeah, protecting our home court, and that's what we plan to do today. So.
Do you think it gives you an advantage playing here?
Yes. Yeah, we put up thousands of shots here, so yes.
Real quick, going back to the free throw talk. Back when I was in high school and I played basketball, my coach used to do this thing where we would run suicides and then pick a person to take a free throw. And then if they didn't go 2 for 2, we had to run again and pick someone else. Do you think that is somewhat similar to the game pressure, or do you think it's just different because it's a game?
It's similar. Our team actually does the same thing. And for that, it's the pressure of being able to be accountable for your teammates.
Well, it's up to you. We'd love to have you stick around with the two guys here, watch a little of this game, and throw in your expertise about what you see in the women's game if you have the time to do it.
I would love to. I have to tape my ankles, though. I have to, and then we have to start stretching in like 10 minutes. But otherwise, yes.
You're invited back anytime we're out here.
Thank
Be
you.
it a
I'm glad you guys are doing this.
Be it a men's or women's game, it'd be more fun in the men's game so you could go after the weaknesses in their game and let the boys know they don't play the game as well as you do.
It's a good plan next time.
Yeah.
Thank you for
All
joining
right.
us, Juliana,
Thank you.
here on the 45th Annual Colleen Riley Holiday Crossover. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Is that pink?
And now we're back. Me, Ari Nachshon, here with Caleb Ramos to my left. There is just 3 minutes until this game, so let's go over some of those first half stats.
Yes.
Almost a 20-point difference, 18 to be exact. Notable player. Give me one.
Benuelos. You know, for Porterville, she has just about a third of their points, having 12, and she is 3 for 3 from the field and 6 for 9 from the free throw line.
Yeah, her and Cibrian are the two major factors. I'd put Vasquez up there. Perez having a great game. Not so much when it comes to the scoring aspect. She is 0 for 8, which is, you know, a bit under her expectations, I'd say, from when we talked to her earlier, but she has 4 assists. So at least she has a good assist-to-turnover ratio for the game today. It's nice to see them incorporating Bravo more into the game than compared to what we saw yesterday. But from the Santa Barbara aspect, I'll give my impact player has to be Kaylee Bassetti. I mean, we talked to her right before this game. 16 points and 2 assists, only 1 turnover. She's playing lights out right now, 4 for 6 from 3, 6 from 8 from the field. She's unstoppable right now. She's only missed 2 shots.
Yeah, and you know, maybe we're just good luck. We'll see how Conklin plays later, but Bassetti absolutely killing it. And see, the thing that jumps out to me on this stat sheet is the rebound difference. Both offensive and defensive, especially offensive, they have the Santa Barbara is almost double the amount of total rebounds as Porterville, and they have 10 offensive rebounds to Porterville's 1.
Yeah, that's very impressive. And along with that, they are 6 ahead in steals, 3 compared to 9, which is just amazing. They have 5 less turnovers. And then some more notable players on that Santa Barbara team. You have Kaylee Lawson, who's been having a pretty good game. She has 9 points, and she is 4 for 5 from the field, along with, off the bench, Bone and Shakova, who have 5 and 7 respectively. So some big scoring off the bench because we've seen them really utilize that bench. Everyone who's here today is getting minutes, and it's very noticeable as their players aren't tired. They have so much energy, and I am very excited to see how they utilize that energy in 20 seconds here once we come back from the halftime break.
You know, going back to Porterville, nobody besides the starters in both yesterday and today's game even attempted a shot.
And that's an impressive stat line there. I mean, when you got people coming off the bench just doing cardio, that is not an ideal situation in must-win games, especially when you don't have much off the bench. When you only have 2, it makes it harder. If you have 5 coming off the bench and just running around giving them at least valuable breaks, it's okay, but you don't have enough to even make the breaks worth it. So they're down, and now we're back, and Bassetti gets another 3 off, but it's going to be a little bit short, and it's going to be rebounded there by Vasquez. And now Banuelos takes the ball down. We are just getting underway in this third quarter. 9 minutes, 30 seconds left. And that's going to be poked away by Fox, and the steal will go to Nutter, and she gets the ball back all the way down with a big lob pass, a little fake there, a spin move, and 2 points on the board and a 20-point lead for the first points of this second half coming out of Fox. A little cross there as she's forced to her left. Banuelos passes it over to Vasquez, who gets her first points here, and that's going to be cut back to an 18-point lead, 54-36, and Paris pokes it out. And it's going to be Vaqueros' ball. Already some high-intensity play here in the first 50 seconds of this one. Nutter gets the ball poked away, but Bassetti able to come up with it. That's going to be short there. She's just not able to get it off. Lawson gets it again. Bassetti being doubled. Lawson will be open. She's going to pass it over to Petit in the middle, who gets it over Banuelos, and that seems to be light work for her.
Yeah, that's the height difference that we talk about. It was like the defender wasn't even there.
Just a routine little floater for her, and now it's going the other way. Vasquez with the corner 3, and it's going to be short. It's going to hit the rim and bounce right out. Fox gets it to a flying Lawson, who isn't able to get it up. She hits the bottom of the backboard, and there's going to be a foul there from Fox. So it's going to be taken on the sideline. 20-point lead still, 56-36 from Santa Barbara. 8:19 in this third quarter. They have all 5 timeouts left, Santa Barbara, while the Pirates only have 2.
The Pirates seem to be playing with a renewed intensity after half. They just seem to be a bit more fired up, they seem to be trying a little bit harder.
Especially Banuelos right there with that shot that is a little short. She seemed to be much more energetic than she was in that first. And that's going to be a foul there, and Bassetti will go to the line. Already the high scorer of the game, 16 for her.
These are her first free throws of the game.
First one up and in. Nothing but net on that one. So she's up to 17 points on the day. Number 2, money there, and it's 18 for her. Vasquez drives down in between the 2 defenders, and it's going to be stuffed out of bounds by Lawson.
That was a good block by Lawson, just straight up, and then she swung her arms down right when she needed to not draw a foul, and a great block.
Poked out there by Petit. They'll stay Pirates. Pirates lose the possession there. They actually retain possession. And it'll be Banuelos who inbounds. Perez with the ball. Back to Banuelos for the corner three, and it hits the front of the rim and goes right to Fox, who gets the rebound in the fast break layup, and it's good for two. 60-36 here. They're up 24 with 7.5 minutes left, and the full court press resumes from Santa Barbara. The double team on Perez. She launches the ball over to Cibrian, and there's a wide open Bravo right in the middle, and she gets an easy layup as well. She cuts it down to 22. Now Fox with the ball. She gets it to Lawson and back to Fox, and she gets a nice floater right in the middle of the paint. There was no one guarding her. Bassetti gets the ball back on the steal. Petit in the middle, and she gets a quick two as well. The full court press showing again how dominant this Santa Barbara team is. But now Cibrian wide open for the layup. 64-40 with just under 7 minutes now. Bassetti slows it down a little. Lawson almost loses it, but is able to keep it in play. Passes it over to Bassetti, wide open in the corner, but that one is going to be an air ball. Nutter gets the rebound, but throws it to no one, and that's going to be a turnover at half court.
Ever since Santa Barbara came back from half with all of their starters in, they have been resuming the full court press, trying to make Porterville make mistakes, and they haven't so far. They've been a lot better at breaking the press.
Perez with the ball at the top, calling for a screen. She passes it over to a wide open Vasquez, who fakes a three, cuts, doesn't get the call she wants after the missed layup, and Petit with the rebound. Bassetti passes it off to Lawson, who gets it to Petit right in the middle of the paint, and a nice, easy layup off the glass. 66-40, 6 minutes left in the third. That's denied by Fox as she smacks it towards the door, telling the ball to leave the gym, but it stays in. And that's going to be Pirates ball.
That block from Fox looked kind of like a volleyball spike. I wouldn't be shocked if she could spike a ball to the 10-foot line if she wanted to.
And that seemed to be a miscommunication there from Banuelos and Vasquez as she threw the ball a little bit forward, and it's going to be a turnover there. That's going to be Bassetti who takes it up, and now Hoban in with her. She subbed in for Lawson. Another sub as well. It'll be Amaris Camargo who came in. She came in for Kennedy Nutter. It's going to be the Pirates ball here with a full court press. The ref calling to the scorekeepers to update the time. Cibrian gets the ball. That's going to be a turnover there from Vasquez. She traveled. This is a full court press.
Santa Barbara, they're running a kind of a zone press, but getting a double team wherever the ball is.
Bassetti with the ball at the top. She gets it to Hoban, who loses it to Perez. So Perez will be taking it down. She drives all the way, a couple spin moves there, gets it to an open Banuelos, who takes her time on the shot, but can't get it to connect as Petit comes up. Bassetti gets the rebound, takes it down. She'll get her own ball back there, passes it into the corner for Camargo, who takes a three, and it's going to be short, but Petit gets the rebound and off the glass for an easy two. 66-42. Cibrian drives in, passes it to Bravo, who finds Vasquez on the wing. On the opposite wing is Perez, who fakes a three and cuts in. It's going to be off the foot. Looks like she lost it off of herself, and Santa Barbara gains possession. Bassetti will come off, and Shakova will come in, and she'll be inbounding the ball.
Santa Barbara's press seemed to have a glaring weakness that Porterville was not able to exploit. The past 3 times down the floor, Bravo has been standing by herself on the low block. Nobody within 10 feet of her. They got fixed it on that last one, but I wonder if they'll keep making that same mistake.
So Lawson and Bassetti came out, and now Shakova and Jewel are in, which means the only starter remaining is Petit. Out to Perez for the 3, and she cannot connect. Hoban with the ball. She launches it over to Jewel in the corner, who gets a long 2, but it's not gonna go in there. Hoban dives for the ball. Gets it to Camargo, who passes it up to Petit. Gets Jewel in the corner for another chance, and that's gonna barely hit the rim there. And Petit with a strong attempt against Maciel, and she's gonna go to the line for 2. 68-40. Just under 4 minutes here in this third quarter. All timeouts still remaining for the Vaqueros and only 2 for the Pirates.
Jewel, like you just mentioned her name a couple of times, she seems to be a corner specialist, as all 3 of her shots have been from the corner, making 1, missing 2. You got to think that that's her spot. She gets into a rhythm. She'll start to make those a lot more.
Camargo missed the first, or Petit missed the first. And now she's being subbed off, but she made the second. And coming in for her will be Kylie Garcia. We have not seen much of her tonight. Cibrian being double teamed in her own half. Now Banuelos with the ball, and she has 3 on her. That'll be Bravo driving with the ball, and she gets stuffed there. That'll be Camargo with the block. She gets her on rebound too, and that'll be Hoban who takes it up. She passes it to an open Jewel in the corner, and this one won't connect either. Banuelos passes it to Bravo, who drives down and gets blocked by Shakova, but there's going to be a foul on the play, and she goes to the line for 2. 68-40, scores unchanged. Just over 3 minutes, 3:18 right now. Both teams 2 fouls each. So neither one necessarily in foul trouble for this third quarter.
Santa Barbara had 2 blocks in the first half. They have 3 now in this third quarter alone. 5 total, but they keep this up. I wouldn't be shocked if they get to 15 or so. Well, maybe that's a little ambitious. 10 with 3 minutes and 18 seconds left in this third quarter, plus the entire fourth.
First free throw by Bravo was missed. The second one as well, but Maciel got the rebound and made the 2 and redeemed the Pirates for those 2 points anyway. 68-42. Clock ticking, 3 minutes left in this third quarter. Hoban with the ball. She gets past Bravo, couple spin moves there, passes it to a deal in the middle, loses the ball. Banuelos with a strong drive, and she nicely lays it in for 2, and now she's cut the lead down to 24. Hoban almost loses it. Looks like it's going to be a foul on the sideline there. Now there's going to be a sub.
From my angle, it looked like he was calling that she stepped out of bounds, but
Losak is in now. Shakova with a shot from the free throw line, no good. Perez was double teamed but hands it off to Banuelos in the middle of the court. Perez being hardly defended by Hoban, who gets the stop, and Shakova fast break all by herself. She gets the 2. I believe she's up to 9 on the night.
yeah. Quick math.
Maciel with the ball. Corner shot. Would have been a 2 from Cibrian, but she missed it. Now it's going to be 3-on-3 play here, and it's going to be a turnover there because Kylie Garcia traveled with the ball.
Andrea Perez flexing her arm there. I think she took an elbow on that travel. Maybe to, I don't know, what do you call it? The inside of your elbow.
The inside of your elbow. I don't know the technical name for it, so that's what it'll be. Perez takes the ball down, getting double teamed with a wide open Banuelos. And that's now Vasquez who has the ball down in the paint. She's getting absolutely, well, for a lack of better words, hornswoggled there from Lily Losack. I mean, she had her hand every time she moved, hands on the ball. She could not let go there, and it wasn't going to be a jump ball, but just some great defense. And now it's going to be the Pirates' ball at the top of the key. Cibrian with a tough layup and just a little too much in it. Can't get it to fall. Shakova tried to keep it in, but she couldn't do it. And now it's going to be Pirates' ball again at the baseline. So they'll be running this box play to try to get the ball in time. A minute left in this third quarter, 70-44.
SBCC likes to double and triple team the person with the ball, trap them, try to get them to make mistakes. You have to find, if you are the person getting trapped like that, you have to stay calm, find your open teammate, and just make the pass if possible.
And there you go. That's the 4th out of the 5 timeouts for Coach Isaac Castro from the Pirates. We're here at the 45th Annual Colleen Riley Holiday Crossover. I'm Ari Nachshon, here with my partner, Caleb Ramos. There's a minute and 16 left in this third quarter. They are up 26. Is there a way for the Pirates to come back in this one?
No. Plain and simple, not really. They'd have to go on a...
And now we're back from this timeout. It'll be Pirates inbounding from the baseline. And the ball hits the backboard, and it's going to be a turnover there. So Santa Barbara will have the ball here on their own half. It'll be Bone in. She was on the bench for a while, but now she's subbed in for Camargo. The ball was stolen, and Perez shoots it, and it's going to be a foul, or it's going to be out of bounds on Bone. So now they'll have the ball on the baseline once again, and now Bravo is subbing in for Cibrian.
All of the Pirates have to be tired. All this running up and down, the intense defense from Santa Barbara, they have to be tired, especially with only 2 players on the bench.
Being trapped up high, that's going to be a hard foul there. And 2 at the line for Banuelos. You could hear that slap.
I was just about to see that. You beat me by 0.2 seconds. You could hear the smack all the way over here, even with our headsets on.
And a bit of a hard foul there. So justified free throws here. 70-44 with just under a minute, 49 seconds left. And Banuelos misses the first.
That's only her second missed free throw of the game today.
She'll have one more here at the line. And she'll make that one for a 70-45 game. They have 4 fouls, the Vaqueros. So a couple more there, and they're already in the bonus, the Pirates. Shakova drives in with 4 around her, isn't able to get the mid-range shot. Banuelos drives in and gets the layup to go this time. 20 seconds left, shot clock is off. Bone takes it down, gets it back from Garcia, and she's holding the ball. There's 10 seconds left on the clock. She's calling for someone to come up and get the ball. Garcia to Shakova. Shakova with the shot from the top. And it's going to be turned over there. Vasquez isn't able to get it off in time, but it wouldn't have gone in anyway, and that is going to be the end of the third quarter here at the 45th Annual Colleen Riley Holiday Crossover. I'm Ari Nachshon, here with Caleb Ramos.
You could tell on Benuelos' last drive, like she does a lot, she had no thought of passing. Her thought was, I'm going to get to the bucket and I'm going to score, and she did exactly that.
Yeah, she did a great job getting there and getting through that defense. There were 3 players surrounding her, so to be able to push through and make that tough shot, especially when the whistle wasn't going to blow on a play like that, it's a great, great layup.
And you got to think that there may potentially be a comeback. I don't really see a possibility of it, but you got to think that Pirates are potentially playing for, I guess, pride at this point.
23, definitely able to come back from the 23-point deficit. It's 10 minutes left, still the whole fourth quarter to be played. Will it be a bit difficult? Yes. You know, only 1 timeout left, so definitely could be hard for coach to communicate with the team if necessary, but we'll see how it goes as the fourth quarter starts here.
Santa Barbara just put all of their starters back in. They want to close this game out strong, not leaving no chance.
That's right, all their starters in. That means Bassetti, Lawson, Fox, Nutter, and Poteet. And then the starters for the Pirates go all back in except Maciel in. So that'll be Maciel, Bravo, Perez, and that's a great layup off the steal there from Lawson. And then along with Vasquez and Banuelos. So those will be the 10 in right now. Just under 9.5 left. And a big, big block there from Poteet. But the Pirates are able to keep the ball. It's 72-47, a 25-point lead. Bravo with a 3. It's going to be off a little too strong off the back of the rim. Fox taking the ball down. Gets a screen set from Nutter. She's going to pass it into Poteet, and there's going to be a reach foul there.
Poteet a bit too nonchalant on that block. She just kind of stood there, just staring at it afterwards. Incredible block.
And there's already going to be a sub here in this fourth. Vasquez will come off along with Maciel, and that means Mora and Cibrian will be back in. That's going to be a short 3 there from Lawson. But all players who fell there will be okay, and it looks like it's going to be taken out again by the Pirates. So all 5 players from Santa Barbara will run down. Looks like no more full court press for right now. Just under 9 minutes left in this one. Perez with the ball. Cibrian tries to pass it back to Perez, but it's knocked out. So they maintain possession, but only 20 on the shot clock. So a little bit more of a rushed offense now. Bravo almost loses it, but is able to keep it. Back to Banuelos, who cuts nicely to the basket, and it just rims out. It's going to be poked out too, and that'll be Pirates ball at the baseline, running that box play. Cibrian gets the ball, keeps it in bounds, tries to cross the cut. She has to pick up her dribble and pass it. That'll be Banuelos, who drives again, this time with the right on the left side. She's going to scoop it in for the 2.
Banuelos at 19 for the night.
They're about to hit 50, 72-49, 8 minutes left. A nice fake in mid-air from Fox as she hits a nice floater there. Very hard to fake while you're already in the air and get that double pump. And that's a 3 from Banuelos, and it's going to be short. She gets the ball back from Mora, though. And a floater for her, and that one won't be good. Poteet gets the ball, passes it to Bassetti, who's been a little more quiet in this second half. And that's money from Lawson. Another 3 for her tonight. So now, 77-49. Almost a 30-point lead. go, and now it's going to go the other way. Travel. It's going to be another turnover for Porterville Pirates.
You got to look at all of these Santa Barbara and Porterville players and just see the difference in their body language when they're playing.
Bassetti with a 3, and that one's going to be a little off to the left, so it's going to rim out, hit the backboard, get rebounded by the Pirates. A responding 3 from Bravo, and that one is also no good. She travels there, trying to get a pass to Perez, who was covered, so it's going to be a turnover. Maciel subs in for Mora, and Banuelos looking to sub in as well. She's going to sub in for Bravo.
Kind of back to what I was saying about the body language. The Pirates just seem a little bit dejected. At the start of the half, they came out firing. They came out excited, energetic, and they just seem frustrated. I don't want to say lifeless, but it seems like they aren't trying as hard as they.
Lawson with a nice cut and a great layup. Now a 30-point lead for Santa Barbara. Perez cuts and loses the ball off her foot, so that's going to go the other way. 3 turnovers in a row for the Pirates. Inbounded to Fox. She has a screen set, but she goes the other way and gets a nice floater right in the middle of the paint. 81-49. We have not seen anyone get anywhere near 80 points yet in this tournament. And now, with 6 minutes left, they've already hit 80, the Vaqueros. And they're getting ready to bring on a full team substitution here. And Maciel gets a nice layup to cut it back down to 30. Bassetti taking it down, trying to find another teammate. Hands it off to Lawson and gets it back to herself on the wing for a 3. That one's going to go over the backboard after bouncing off the rim, and it's going to be Pirates ball. And now here comes the full team substitution. That'll be Shakova along with Camargo, Hobin, Garcia, and finally Losak. All 5 of them in, 5 starters out. No subs from the Pirates, but more are getting ready to come back in. That'll be Perez with the ball in the corner. She passes it to Bravo on the wing. She's going to try to cut, but she picks up her dribble and has to pass it. Perez down the baseline, loses it off the foot. Now here comes the sub, Mora for Maciel. And it's going to be on the baseline there for the Pirates. Banuelos trying to inbound it. She found Bravo, but Bravo lost it, and it's going to go the other way. Some fantastic defense here from Santa Barbara.
Yeah, and offense as well. Almost all of Santa Barbara's starters are up there in points. Fox, Lawson, Bassetti, and Poti are all in the range of 14 to 18.
And that's a big 3 there, and it's going to connect. Lily Losak gets a big, big 3, and the lead is now 33. Perez with the ball, getting high pressure at the logo. She gets the ball back from Banuelos. Just a 1-2 there. Vasquez getting trapped in the wing. And back at the logo is Perez with the ball, and she takes a deep, deep 3, and it's not going to connect. A little too short, bounces off the rim, off the backboard, and right into the hands of Camargo. And then the ball from Hobin to Garcia was a little too strong, and it's going to be a turnover there for the Vaqueros. Cibrian subs in, and Perez will come off. We haven't seen her get much rest today. 4 minutes and 18 seconds left here in this game. 84-51. Each team with a foul in this fourth quarter. 5 turnovers to 1. Or 5 timeouts to 1, excuse me. Mora with the ball. Passes it to Banuelos, who drives in, but is not open. Gets it to an open Cibrian for 3, and it's short. Now a cutting Garcia all by herself on the fast break. Gets a nice and easy layup. And it is now a 35-point lead for the Vaqueros. The ball is smacked by Hoban, and now it is their ball going the other way. But it looks like Banuelos is able to recover it, so no fast break there for Santa Barbara. And that's going to be a foul there on Bravo. So she's going to go to the line for 2. And another almost full team substitution. It'll be Perez coming back in for the Pirates, but for Santa Barbara, it'll be Jewel, Adil, along with Williams, who we have not seen yet tonight, and then Camargo as well. The only player remaining, Jaden Bone. The first is missed by Bravo. 3 minutes and 23 seconds left. And she's going to miss the second as well, but Vasquez gets the rebound. So still Pirates ball. She's going to take a 3 from the corner. It's not going to be good. Jewel gets the ball all the way on the other side, takes the layup, gets some contact from Perez, and she's going to go to the line for 2.
Going back to the last possession on Bravo's free throws, she is currently 0 for 4 in today's game from the free throw line.
Jewel taking her first, and she makes it. 87-51, a 36-point lead.
Question is, do you think they can get to triple digits?
They have the time to do so as she gets him up to 88. $37-point lead now. 3 minutes on the clock. 5 timeouts to 1 still. 2 fouls each. Perez with the 3 off the back of the rim, and it's going to go out for a Pirates ball. Bravo with the ball, gets it over to Banuelos, who misses the 3, and that's Williams who gets her first board of the game. That's going to be poked out by Banuelos. It was meant for Camargo, but she's not able to get to it, so it's going to stay the way of the Vaqueros. Jewel will inbound it to Camargo. She gets the easy 2 right in the paint, and she is not heavily covered there. And they're up to 90.
This is their highest scoring game of the season. Before this, their highest score was a 84-53 win against Copper Mountain on December 7th.
That's a routine layup missed by Perez. She was able to blow past the defense, but just put a little too much on it. Bone takes the ball up now. It's going to be Jewel at the top, and she gets it to Adil. And then in the corner, Camargo with a big 3. And it is now 93-51. And looks like it's going to be delay of game violation. Vasquez gets hit hard, and she's going to the line for 2 on a baseline attempt. It's 93-51 here. The foul was Camargo.
Camargo was going for the block. She just led a little bit too much with her body, and essentially body checked Vasquez.
And because of that, she's getting subbed off, and now Hoban is in. 1:49 left in this one. The first of the two from Vasquez is going to go in. A 41-point lead here. And there you go. The second one to cut it to 40. 93-53. Bone passes it to Hoban. She gets it back at the top. Asks for the screen. Gets it for Hoban. Looks like it's going to be an offensive foul there, and it's going to be a turnover, so Pirates ball. Perez with the ball at the logo, being hard pressed. Banuelos is there to help her out, and now she's being doubled. All 5 players around the 3-point line. Cibrian takes one from the wing and drains it. 56-93, a minute and 10 seconds left in this one. Bone slowly going to take it down. And that one will be good there. And the ref is just making sure to get the time correct on the clock. 95-56 here. Under a minute left. Thrown at the foot of Hoban, and it's going to be inbounded by the Pirates. 51 seconds left. Vasquez has the ball at the wing. She cuts in on her right and scoops it for the layup. Up to 58 now. Hoban passes it to Bone on the 3-point line. Up to a deal. Jewel at the top. That'll be Hoban. Passes it to Williams in the middle there. And that's going to be a jump ball. Williams and Banuelos just couldn't figure it out there. Right at the 3-point line, and it's going to stay here. Santa Barbara ball. Jewel inbounding. The ball gets hit by Vasquez, and it's hers now. She's going to take it down. The shot clock is off. 10 seconds left. Perez with the ball, passes it to Vasquez, gets it back, fakes out a 3 and takes one more and hits it. 0.3 of a second left. It is now 95-61, and this one ends here with a victory for the Santa Barbara City College Vaqueros here at the 45th Annual Colleen Riley Holiday Crossover. I'm Ari Nachshon here with Caleb Ramos. We'll be right back.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the 45th Annual Colleen Riley Holiday Crossover. We have our third and final game of our third and final day coming up between the 11-2 Fullerton Hornets and the 4-8 Cerritos Falcons. Both teams played yesterday, with Fullerton coming off a loss against Santa Barbara and Cerritos coming off a win versus Citrus. Cerritos had a very huge underdog win against Citrus, as Citrus is 7-3 before the tournament started, and they were ranked number 22 in the state for 3C2A women's basketball. And Cerritos came in and beat them 66-60. Santa Barbara just played earlier today. It was our last game, actually, and they beat Imperial Valley 95-54. Fullerton leads the OEC for women's basketball standings at 11-2, and OCC comes in a tight second at 13-3. No conference play yet for either team. Still early in the season, but I'm sure having these great teams here, such as Citrus, Santa Barbara, and Imperial Valley, all playing here, and they were either top 25 or just missed the top 25. I'm Caleb Ramos, here with my partner, Ari Nachshon. And Ari, what do you think about the standings and the game today?
Well, both these teams, pretty good. Fullerton, number 20 in the state in the 3C2A. They are 11-2, just followed by OCC, 13-3, but they are third in the state. And then Santa Ana College, they're 9-3, 18th in the state. And then in the SCC, the Southern California Conference, they are number 2, Mountain Sac, 13-3. They're the best team in that conference. Cerritos, though, they're 5-7, so they're not quite ranked, but still a noteworthy opponent nonetheless. And we do have some early scratches for you. So for Fullerton, Britley Carrillo, Erin Choi, and Julieta Castellanos will not be playing today, along with some players from Cerritos. It'll be Salma Garcia, Natalia Lopez, and Zahara Lee. Those three will be out, which means they are down to just 7 players for today.
You know, we thought that would be a problem yesterday, and then they still came in and beat Citrus.
Yeah, so, sometimes, you hear the saying strength in numbers. Maybe it doesn't apply when you're just a good team, and good teams go out and they win regardless of how many players they have.
Was an extremely impressive win yesterday for Cerritos. We talked to the coach after the game, and she was excited to have had that win, and she was looking forward to playing Fullerton here tonight.
Yeah, so it should be an exciting one here at the Hornets' Nest for the 45th Colleen Riley Holiday Crossover, and this is the final game of the tournament, which, of course, the significance is there. There is so much about it. I mean, Colleen Riley herself, top Orange County athletes coming out of high school all wanted to play for her. They knew who she was, and they wanted to be here to play for her. And if you got the call from her to come play for her, you say yes. I mean, being a part of her program was a privilege, She loved the adventure, the outdoors, running and making kill shots on the racquetball court. So, not just basketball. And, I mean, the strategies, culture, methods she developed proved over and over to be effective. We talked about her record. I mean, 80% winning. That's
with playing 700+ games.
Yeah, it's quite unheard of, especially at the time, and that's why she is a Hall of Famer and a pioneer for women's basketball. And that is the importance here, because we are at the Hornets' Nest here at Fullerton College.
the other gym besides the practice gym here, technically the South Gym, is named the Colleen Riley Court.
That is correct. Now we are just about 4 minutes away from this game starting. It'll be the number 20 in the state-ranked Hornets versus the Falcons over on the right. You'll see the warm-ups just going on right now. Key players.
I was just about to ask the exact same
Well,
thing.
you can go first since I got there.
All right. Key players for Cerritos. Genesis Salinas. She took over the game when it came to the end. Couple of big steals, big easy layups to extend the lead versus Citrus yesterday. And she did have 15 points, 8 rebounds, and 6 assists. Coming kind of close to a triple-double. Not really, but almost there. And then
before you get to Fullerton, I'll give mine because yes, Salinas, definitely a key player. She played amazing in that last game, but we have to look at Lauren Nakamura. She didn't play as well. She did have a couple good shots in that game, but for the most part, it felt like she wasn't really as important to their success. But I think it'll turn around for her today, and I think she will have a fantastic game.
See, that was going to be my word. I think that she will be a lot more impactful today. And if you look at the stat sheet from yesterday, she was the only one of the starters not to have multiple turnovers.
Right. So when it comes to the off the ball and the stats that you don't see immediately when it comes to points, rebounds, assists, those are the ones where we look and you say, they're lacking. But the lack of turnovers and her good off the ball play is what should be a big impact for this Cerritos team going against a Fullerton team with a great record and that's having a great season so far, even though they're fresh off of a loss yesterday.
You want to talk about your key player for Fullerton?
Yeah, you know, the key player for Fullerton, as always, is Sochi Hood. I mean, especially now Erin Choi out with her big game yesterday. You're going to have that great three-point shooting still from Kaylee Shimoda, as always, but it's going to have to be Sochi Hood. I mean, you know, we talked earlier with the assistant coach, Carissa Gunawan, and she said, you know, as the recruiter for the team, she needs to find someone to replace her. And if that means you need to replace her, imagine how important she is while she's here and on the floor. So she's definitely going to be the key player for Fullerton today.
Yeah, Coach Carissa even said while we had her on air that they had a game plan, get Sochi involved more. And so I look for her to have a big game. And you mentioned the three-point shooting of Kaylee Shimoda. She was going to be my key player of the game. And averaging 13, almost 14, 13.8, 3 and 3 coming into today. And once again, with the absence of Erin Choi, who played absolutely out of her mind yesterday, 18 points before rolling her ankle in the final minutes, you're gonna have to have Shimoda come back, and she didn't play yesterday either. She just got back from concussion protocol.
Yeah, so definitely some notable changes here for Fullerton, along with the fact that Conklin is fully back from her injury. She'll be able to be on full minutes once again. But yes, Sochi Hood, she is the player that you build around, you know? You have to play around her. You need to get the players involved with her and not have her be the one who, you know, adjusts to the team's play.
Yeah, like Ryan had said yesterday when we were on air talking about Sochi, this is only her second year playing basketball. She was a soccer player before this.
Now, both starting lineups are about to be announced. For Fullerton, it'll be Amaya Ayanoni, it'll be Haley Lakey, Leilani Ponko, Kaylee Shimoda, and finally Sochi Hood. Those will be your starters. You'll also have a number change here. Sienna Counts will be wearing 23 instead of 34 today. So an interesting change there. And then your starters for Cerritos, it'll be Genesis Salinas, Lauren Nakamura, Jaden Estrada, Jasmine Briggs and Francine Carrillo, with Natalie Poppin and Mia Avalos on the bench.
One thing that stands out to me about Fullerton's game yesterday was their three-point shooting, or I guess rather lack thereof. They shot 2 for 16, 12%, well below their season average of 25, and also free throw shooting, only getting 50% of their free throws. You have to get those numbers up if you're going to consistently win games, which they have done in the past. They just weren't able to do it last night.
And now, as this game is about to get underway, we'll see how Fullerton is able to adjust after that tough loss yesterday and how they can respond to Cerritos' big win.
One other thing that you notice about their previous games, you look at the block numbers for both teams. The Fullerton College Hornets had 8 in their last game. They're averaging about 3 a game, so kind of a block-heavy game for them. But you look at the last game for Cerritos, they only had 3.
Yeah, definitely a big difference there. You know, when you're able to make that much impact on defense, 8 blocks, 14 steals as a team, it's definitely going to cause some disruption on the defensive end for this Cerritos team. And now we're about to have tip-off. And it looks like Fullerton will win this one, playing in some special pink uniforms. That'll be Ponko with the ball. Gets it to Hood. Over to Iannone. Back to Hood. On the wing there will be Ponko. Back to Hood, who crosses over. That one will be Haley Lakey with the first points of the game. A nice floater inside the paint, and it's 2-0, 30 seconds in. Fullerton is up. She had a great game in the last one against Santa Barbara. She had 12 points. That's going to be Estrada with the ball. Just resetting the play there, only 10 seconds left. She drives in and gets the ball taken away, but then she pokes it out of the hands of Shimoda, but it's going to stay Fullerton ball.
Fullerton off rip, looking a bit like the Santa Barbara game we just saw. High intensity, full court press defense.
Shimoda will be taking the ball up. Has the ball at the top of the key. Drives it down to the side. Iannone with the ball. Lakey with another shot, but this one was not good. Hit the rim and went straight down. Estrada with the ball. She's going to drive to her left, pass it out to Nakamura, who does a nice spin move, but the shot is just too strong, and that is going to be an air ball. So now it's going the way of Fullerton, and Hood has the ball. She's going to be forced to her left side. Shimoda with the ball at the top. She's going to get it in the corner, and it hits the rim and out. But it's going to stay the way there. It's going to stay Fullerton's ball, so they'll get another chance here at the baseline. Shimoda inbounding, gets it to Hood, and she hits the midi. 4-0, Hornets up. Just 8 minutes now. Estrada bumps into Salinas a little bit. Gets the ball to Nakamura. And now Carrillo has the ball. Throws it a little too hard to Salinas, but she's able to keep it. And she drives in, and she just misses the layup. Bounces off the back of the rim and out. That'll be Lakey. Passes it off to Hood, who drives hard and falls and gets the contact and the foul, and she's going to the line for 2. And now As she's at the line for 2, we're going to get a sub. It's going to be Ponka, who comes out, and Counts who comes in wearing a new number. She'll be wearing 23 instead of 34 today.
Ponko took a hard fall a little bit ago. Took a minute to get up. I think that's why they took her out.
She made the first one, Hood. The second one not good and rebounded by Cerritos. That was Carrillo. Nakamura with the ball. Some good dribbling, gets it to Estrada, to Carrillo, who drives hard but gets it swiped away by Lakey, and she's going to drive down hard on the fast break, but the whole Cerritos team is there. Hood with the ball at the top of the three-point line to Cohen's, off the backboard, back to herself, to Hood, to Shimoda with a deep 3, and it's good. That's going to be a timeout for Cerritos. This is the 45th annual Colleen Riley Holiday Crossover. I'm Ari Nachshon here with Caleb Ramos. The Hornets are up 8-0 with 6 minutes and 50 seconds left in this one.
That was a very, very deep 3 there from Shimoda. We had talked about her three-point shooting ability earlier this broadcast, and very much on display.
Yeah, that was a deep 3 too, especially this early in the game. Just a little bit of a heat check there. Getting, you know, especially she's the best three-point shooter on the team. In the last game, she hadn't played. So it's nice to see her back and hitting those threes, especially early when you want to get a big lead. Hood also having a great game so far. She's got 3 for herself. And Lakey with that first bucket of the game. And now we're back from the timeout. The lineup going to stay the same. No substitutions for Fullerton, but it looks like there will be one for Cerritos. Actually, 2. It'll be Avalos and Briggs who come in, and that means that Estrada will be on the bench, and she'll get some resting time there. Salinas, now the primary ball handler, gets it to Avalos. Nakamura cuts in hard, and the layup is too strong. It's going to be poked out there by Cohen's, and it's going to stay Cerritos' ball on the baseline. Salinas will inbound. Just under 6:30 left. Will she get it in time? She does. She gets it to Carrillo, who drives hard, backs up Lakey, but she's able to hold her ground, and it's Fullerton ball. Shimoda takes it down, gets it over to Iannone, back to Shimoda, into Lakey in the paint, and Shimoda with the 3, and it's good for her second of the game. Nothing but net. 11-0 here. Hornets up at the nest. Just under 6 minutes now. A scoreless Cerritos looking for their first basket of the game. And it looks like that'll be Poppin getting ready to check in after this next stoppage. And that'll be a nice 2 there from Nakamura, the floater. And that'll be the first points of the game for Cerritos. Shimoda taking the ball down the court. Passes it to Cones. Lakey at the top. Over to Iannone. Back to Cones. Over to Shimoda in the corner. She can't get that open 3 that she wanted, but Hood did, and that one's going to be just off. Now it's going to be Salinas with the ball. She crosses over Iannone, gets it to Briggs, who couldn't get the layup, but she got her own rebound, and it's a jump ball between her, Lakey, and Hood, and it's going to stay here with Cerritos. Just under 5 minutes in this first quarter. Now come in the subs. It'll be Poppin for Cerritos, and Briggs comes out. And for Fullerton, it'll be Iannone who comes off. And who we previously talked with, that'll be Juliana Conklin who comes in for her.
We were talking a bit earlier about Shimoda's three-point shooting ability. She is shooting 35% from three for the season. Extremely high numbers and very, very impressive.
Shimoda will be inbounding. And that's going to be an offensive foul there. It's a moving screen, so it's going to go the other way. (11-2) here. Conklin with the ball, gets it to Shimoda. Hood in the middle. Over to Cohen's. Back to Shimoda, and she's going to take a deep two, and it's going to be good. That's her 7th and 8th points of the game.
Shimoda having an absolute demon of a day back from concussion protocol.
Just in the first 6 minutes of this one, already 8 points. Nakamura scoops the layup, but it's going to be a little too strong, and that one won't fall. Hood with some nice dribble moves. Over to Shimoda. To Conklin on the wing. Back to Shimoda, a little deeper in the corner. That one's going to be way too far. Cohen's almost gets the rebound. A little bit of a shove there, but it's going to stay Cerritos' ball. And there's going to be another sub. Briggs coming back in. Carrillo out. And then for Fullerton, a new name. It'll be Solorio who comes in, and Lakey will take a seat on the bench. So the lineups. Nakamura, Avalos, Salinas, Briggs, and Poppin for Cerritos. Nice spin move there from Nakamura, and she banks it off the glass for a nice floater. And then for Fullerton now, that'll be Shimoda, Hood, Conklin, Solorio, and Cohen's. Cohen's backing Briggs up, gets the ball to Shimoda, and she throws the ball into no man's land, and it's going to be a turnover. Salinas with a late shot there, and it's going to stay on this side, Cerritos' ball. Scores 13-4, just over 3 minutes left.
Nakamura has all 4 points for Cerritos so far. She seems to be trying to dribble past everyone and get a layup.
A sub for Fullerton. Ponko came on for Shimoda. And that's a big shot there. It's going to be a 3 for Salinas. Three in the corner from Solorio, responding from the last. And so now it's 16-7. Salinas with the ball. She's being doubled. Trying to find someone open. It's going to be a foul there. It's going to stay Falcons' ball.
Both coaches being extremely vocal. We know that Coach Desmond for the Hornets is always vocal, always trying to get his team into it. And Coach Kowalski for Cerritos, we talked to her yesterday, and she did say as much of, I'm trying to be that energizer for the team.
And that's a hard fall there, but we have 2 more subs. Hood and Hood came off, and then Cohen's came off, and now for Fullerton, it'll be Gloomis who gets her first minutes. She's taking the shot, and it's going to be just wide off the rim. Along with her, Ponko came back in. And now it's Cerritos' ball. 16-7, under 2 minutes now. Estrada with the ball. She also just subbed in for Avalos. Carrillo working her way in the paint. Can't get that one to fall. There's going to be a foul there, and it's going to stay on this side. There's a foul on Solorio against Estrada, so she's going to be inbounding the ball here for Cerritos.
There's another hold.
A great two there. A little bit of confusion in the paint. 16-9 here. Solorio with the ball on the wing. Gets it to the other side on the wing. Iannone gets hit hard, and that's going to be a foul.
Fans not too happy about that one.
Yeah. But it's going to be inbounded anyway, and she'll have the ball back at the top. Solorio. Conklin with the ball. Back to Ponko. Gloomis with some trickery, and she gets past for the layup. 18-9 here with under a minute left.
That was just great post moves. A good spin, a good drop step, a good step through, all in one, and it leads to 2 points.
Yeah, she sent the defender completely the wrong way. And now Carrillo with the ball at the top of the three-point line. Looking to get a shot off before the shot clock expires here. Carrillo drives in. She hits Gloomis hard, and it's going to continue going that way. So 3 seconds on the clock for Cerritos.
You got to get a set play here that you know will get somebody open and that they'll have time to shoot quickly without being smothered by the defense.
And that's a shot attempt there. But the clock is going to expire. It was Salinas who took the shot.
There was a shot up before that last attempt. It just didn't hit the rim, so there was no shot clock reset.
That's right. And now Solorio takes the ball down the court. The shot clock is off. There's 15 seconds left. Ponko passes it back to Solorio. Sets a screen. She's taking it down. It's going to be passed out to Conklin, who loses it, and now there's 1 second left, and that's the end of the first quarter here at the 45th Annual Colleen Riley Holiday Crossover. I'm Ari Nachshon, here with Caleb Ramos.
Yeah, you look at the first quarter of this game, and it has just been all Fullerton College. They have been moving the ball around effectively, and while they do have a very clear leading scorer in Kaylee Shimoda, having 8 of their 18, they are still moving the ball around effectively, and everybody is a threat to shoot, so they can't just key on Shimoda.
Especially because they have been effectively using their subs. They've had much more separation of minutes than Cerritos has. And when it comes to points, we have Shimoda, who had scored 8, and then Sochi Hood, who had 3. And so it's just a good separation. Solorio, who hit a 3 as well. Gloomis, who had that big layup. So everyone is kind of scoring, where Cerritos has only had, I believe, 3 scorers so far.
Yeah, and the scorers being Nakamura and Salinas and Nakamura, Salinas, and Carrillo. Excuse me. Nakamura, whenever she was handling the ball, it seemed like she wasn't really looking to pass. She was trying to get to the hoop, get a layup, and most of them were a bit too strong.
Now we're back from that timeout, or sorry, from the second quarter now. Ponko with the ball. All the starters back in for Fullerton. Shimoda with another 3. That one is going to be too short. Rebounded by Nakamura. Poppin with the ball, gets it to Estrada on the wing. That'll be Carrillo who gets it over to Poppin, and that one's going to be not good. And now Shimoda will take the ball down. She hands it off to Ayanone, who gets it to Hood and late. Then Hood passes it to Lakey for an easy 2 right down the middle.
Those are Lakey's 4th points of the game.
Salinas being hard pressed there by Hood. Bit of a size mismatch. But Hood drops back into the paint. Salinas with the ball, trying to get it over her, but instead gets it to Nakamura, who just put a little too much on that layup, and it's going to be Fullerton ball.
That's something we've seen a couple of times, her trying to get a good, quick layup and just putting too much on it.
That's going to be a little too strong there from Lakey, and it's going to go out of bounds for Cerritos ball, and you're going to have 2 subs for them. Briggs and Avalos will come on, and Nakamura and Carrillo will take a rest.
Sochi Hood trying to step up in place of Erin Choi being the aggressive point of attack on-ball defender, and she's doing a good job at it.
And that's a great bucket there from Salinas. She gets an easy 2.
As I say it, she gets blown by. Commentator's jinx, I guess.
Shimoda hands it off to Ponko. Gets it back, throws it to Hood in the middle, and back out to Ponko for Shimoda. Ayanone and Shimoda doing a 1-2. Gets it to Hood right on the baseline, and that's a nice mid-range jumper. She's up to 5 on the day. Estrada has the ball up top. Gonna pass it out to Briggs on the wing. Avalos keeps it, takes a deep 3, and it's not gonna be good. Shimoda hands it off to Hood, who finds Ayanone in the corner. Back out to Hood, who drives down hard, steps back a little, isn't able to get that one to connect, but Lakey gets the ball. Back out to Shimoda for a 3, and it's good.
The entire Fullerton bench, including their coach, Dan Desmond, screaming at Lakey to take the open layup, but I guess she was correct. 3 is better than 2.
Yeah, it is, and now the score is 25-11. There is just under 7 minutes, 6:59, and we are in the second quarter here. And now Fullerton take a timeout. This is the 45th annual Colleen Riley Holiday Crossover. I'm Ari Nachshon here with Caleb Ramos.
Not quite sure why Fullerton's taking a timeout here. It seemed like they had all of the momentum, and especially with that huge 3 from Shimoda, she is on fire, having made 3 threes and a deep 2 to have 11 points.
Solorio with that big 3. She had 4 in the last game. It'll be interesting to see if she's able to equal that number. 4 points, 4 assists. Along with that, Haley Lakey, who had 12 in the last game, is only at 4 right now, but definitely able to reach those numbers. Ponko had 3 in the last game, still scoreless, but Sochi Hood, who had 6, is already almost there with 5. So a better game from her for sure. And now we're back from that 30-second timeout taken by Coach Dan Desmond. And Salinas with the ball. Passes it to Estrada, who fakes the 3, gets it to Poppin, and now Avalos with the ball. Loses her dribble and gets it to Estrada at the top. She's resetting for a screen possibly. And she gets a screen from Avalos. Is almost able to beat her defender, gets it to Poppin. Avalos takes the long 2 and gets it to fall. So that's her first made points of the night. It'll be 25-13, 6.5 minutes here in this second quarter. That'll be Ayanone with the ball. Shimoda, the main ball handler, now hands it off to Conklin, who couldn't really get that one to go. Somehow got it to Hood, who also missed, and then it was rebounded by Briggs, and now Estrada has the ball going the other way. Avalos on the wing. Briggs gets it over, tries to get it to Salinas, but just wasn't good enough. It was a little bit behind her, and it's going to be a turnover. Hood comes off, and Cohen's comes in. Avalos and Poppin also subbed out, and that means Nakamura and Carrillo are back in.
You can see read Salinas' lips there, her saying, I was supposed to hold the ball for a little longer.
Conklin with the ball. Her and Shimoda going back and forth, but now getting Ainone involved. So just the three of them on the three-point line. Conklin tries to cut, hits Briggs, and that's going to be a charge foul, so it'll go the other way for Cerritos.
Looked like she just kind of tripped and fell into the defender there.
Yeah, but
it wasn't like she was trying to break through or anything.
It seemed like Briggs was able to get her feet set enough, so it'll go the other way. Salinas getting full court pressed by Conklin. Estrada backing Shimoda down, and now Nakamura flies into the paint, gets it to an open Briggs for an easy layup. That's big for her first points of the night.
I definitely thought Nakamura was going to try another layup, and so did the defense. That's why Briggs was left wide open on that bounce pass there.
Deep two there from Conklin, no good. Going to be tipped out there from Cohen's, and that's going to go out of bounds for Cerritos ball. Falcons staying in at only down 10, just under 5 minutes in the half. Salinas calling for another screen, maybe even an ISO there. Gets the ball to Briggs to try to recreate that same play, but it didn't work this time as she got the ball stolen by Hood, who runs down on the fast break, gets it to Lakey for an open Solorio 3 in the corner, and she can't connect on that. It's a little too far there. Now Estrada down on that full court press. There's a mismatch there, and that's a big block from Lakey, but Carrillo gets the ball, passes it to Briggs, and that's another 2 points for her. Shimoda guarded heavily. She's open in the corner. She wants the ball. It's going to be Hood with it. She takes the three, and it is an air ball.
Looked like she wasn't quite in rhythm there. She just caught it and immediately shot it. If she had maybe taken a dribble, kind of reset herself and reset her footing instead of leaning forward.
And Estrada inbounds it to Salinas. The same two for most of the game. Playing Nakamura maybe more as a 3 instead of a 2, or even a 1. Carrillo sets a good screen for Salinas. They just can't seem to get open, but Nakamura finds a way. The 3 is not good, though. It's just off, and she almost gets her own rebound as her and Hood collide down onto the floor. It's just going to go the other way. It's going to be just a common foul. That was a
bit of an animated reaction from both the fans and the coach.
Yes, just everyone, honestly. I mean, that was a bit of a wrestling play there.
Did look like Sochi kind of cut through Nakamura, so I get the frustration with the call. But at the same time, the coach was mainly animated because Nakamura did shove Sochi when they were on the ground. She was kind of upset about that.
It also seemed like she was going for the ball first, so it was kind of more like she came into the way. But it looks like there's going to be a timeout here from Cerritos, actually, and to talk it over maybe.
No, it's an official timeout, trying to figure out
what happened. Yeah.
What happened? What's the call? What's going on? And Cerritos just took a huddle.
So there we go. Bit of confusion for everyone, actually. But I guess it's going to go Cerritos' way now. So Estrada will inbound it, and it seems like nothing happened. No foul called or anything. Salinas with the ball at the top. She's being guarded by Shimoda. Nakamura takes it now. Oh, spin move around Shimoda. That's going to be a foul, and she's going to shoot 2. There was no basket counted there because it was far after. 2 shots. 3 minutes left here. 25-17 in this first half.
Foul was on Hood. She's trying to figure out what exactly was called.
And the first one goes for Nakamura. Only a 7-point lead now for Fullerton. Make it 6 as the second one falls for Nakamura. Shimoda has the ball, just under 3 minutes now. A 3 in the corner from Solorio, and that one is not good, and another hard fall from Nakamura.
I think both her and Hood were going for the rebound again. I think she tried to jump over Hood, just got caught on her leg.
Now they're running a box play here, and there's looking like there's going to be a sub as Iannone comes on. And Cohen's goes back to the bench. Hard to miss with those neon green shoes. The ball is lost there by Solorio, and now it's a fast break. Briggs has the ball, and she gets the lay. Her 5th and 6th point of the night. Iannone with the ball up to Hood. Hood's asking her to drive. It's going to be a common foul there for Estrada. Solorio will inbound. She inbounds it to Shimoda. Gives it back to Iannone, and she gets the ball open, and there's going to be a big foul there. And it's going to go the other way. Lakey fell hard, and she seems to be a bit in pain. And now Gloomis is looking to come on and sub in. Starting to get a bit heated, this one.
Lakey coming off after the fall.
Salinas takes the ball. So we are currently some new lineups. It'll be Nakamura, Estrada, Carrillo, Salinas, and now the wide open Briggs for another easy layup. And then for Fullerton, it'll be Solorio, Shimoda, Gloomis, Hood, and Iannone. Iannone with the ball in the wing. It's 4 fouls to 1. Fullerton almost in foul trouble here, and that's going to be a foul on Briggs, and she'll go to the, oh, it's going to be a travel there, actually. So it'll be a turnover on Sochi Hood. And now it's a 2-point game with 1:30 left in this half. Went from a 10-point lead to 2.
I was just about to mention the run that Cerritos is going on.
Yeah, an 8-0 run right now. Nakamura, and it's all tied up. 25 apiece with 1:20 left. A 10-0 run from the Falcons. Sochi Hood gets it to a cutting Nakamura, who's rebounded there by Carrillo. Salinas drives in. That'll be Estrada. And that's going to be a
Moving screen.
moving screen there and another turnover.
Both teams getting very passionate about this one, getting excited. Definitely getting into it is Cerritos, especially because of the 10-0 run.
And that's going to be a charging foul there. Another turnover. This one on Sochi Hood. That was a great charge there from Salinas. And now Cerritos is in the bonus. Just too many turnovers on those kinds of plays. It's getting very heated here. Now some substitution. Salinas came off, and it'll be Avalos who's in. The only change here. Actually, Hood came off as well, and Cohen's is in. Oh, and that's a hard contact there, and looks like Briggs will go to the line for 2. Seemed as if that was Iannone who crashed into her own teammate to cause that one.
Yeah, it looked like Iannone just tripped, and then she ran into Counts, excuse me, causing her to trip and fall into Briggs, which caused the foul.
And she misses the first of the 2 free throws. Still tied game here, only 30 seconds left. And she's gonna miss the second one as well, but Carrillo gets the rebound and makes it. So now, first lead in quite some time for Cerritos. Actually, I believe the first lead all game. Solorio to Cones. Back to Solorio. 12 seconds left. Oh, and she gets it off the glass. Tied up again, 5 seconds left. Gets it to Estrada, 1 second left. She puts it up, and it's gonna be short and no good. And we end all tied up 27-27 at the end of the half. Here at the 45th Annual Colleen Riley Holiday Crossover. I'm Ari Nachshon here with Caleb Ramos.
You look at what we had talked about both teams getting passionate, both teams getting excited. You can very clearly see the passion on both sides. For example, when Salinas drew the charge, she was extremely excited, fired up, clapping. You could see it on her face as well. And then Lakey, when she took the hard fall, hitting the floor, you could very clearly see that she was upset. And I'm not sure I have any reason to blame her. They just let up a 12-2 run in this second quarter to tie the ball game after being up 25-15.
Yeah, and in a situation like that where the other team is using the intensity to get an advantage, that is the best time to, call timeout, talk it over. But we didn't see any of that. We heard from Dan Desmond. He said he wanted to just let the players learn themselves because the coaching doesn't always have the answer. And so now we are getting to see how that is going for Fullerton. And, all tied up here. A much lower scoring game than the one we previously saw, but nonetheless an exciting one and very intense. So, about to get the official stats. Yeah, we'll get those stats back. We'll see how these 2 lineups are playing.
I actually prefer, like you said, definitely a different type of game than what we've seen.
More exciting, for sure.
I agree. I definitely prefer this kind of game over the high-scoring game that we just saw. If you look at the difference in both games, it's just more intense, it's more competitive. And I always prefer more competitive games. It's just extremely exciting.
And we're back here at the 45th Annual Colleen Riley Holiday Crossover. I'm Ari Nachshon here with Caleb Ramos. We're about to bring you some official stats from the half, and this has definitely been an exciting first half for both teams. It is now 27-27, and it's going to be an exciting second half, especially because this Fullerton team, they're high-ranked. The Cerritos team is not. So if you're able to upset a ranked team like this, it could really shake things up in the standings for both teams.
Like you were just talking about, upsetting a ranked team. They just did that yesterday against Citrus, 58-54, and Citrus ranked only 2 below Fullerton, at 22-20. Fullerton was ranked 20th. And if you go back and look at the schedule, Fullerton also played Citrus earlier this year on December 3rd, and they won 77-61. So with both teams playing well and playing similar teams, you can't really compare how well they played versus the same team, because they're different teams by this point. And like, we are missing, obviously the Hornets missing Aaron Choi, but getting back the shooting of Kaylee Shimoda changes their whole dynamic of how they play.
Yeah, definitely interesting to see her back, making a big difference, you know. It seems clearly like they missed her last night in that loss. So having a shooter available for a day like today, when, you know, they were able to get that lead because of how well she was playing, but now it's all tied up. Well, they'll definitely need her to continue to make those big threes, and even some of those smaller shots like the layups that she's able to get. Those will definitely be needed in the second half if they want a chance to actually come out and win this one.
Yeah, you look at the first quarter versus second quarter for them. She was a lot hotter in the first quarter. She was making more of her shots. And she's getting more opportunities to score and be able to produce those points that they need from her so badly.
And now the official stats, some interesting ones. We have for Cerritos, it is Lauren Nakamura and Jasmine Briggs, the leaders in points. They both have 8, but Briggs also has 5 rebounds, which is the highest on the team. Only one who's close is Carrillo, who has 4. So definitely interesting to look at. Also, their shooting splits, they over double the amount of just field goals in general have gone in for them, while for Fullerton, it's gone down from 53% to 30%. So definitely a decrease there. Same in the three-point shooting, went from 50 to 16%.
Yeah, but I feel that second quarter of 1 for 6, 16% shooting, that on three-pointers, that's just a slump. They're going to come back from that. I'm more worried about Cerritos' three-point shooting. They are 1 for 6 in the entire game. So it may just be an off night for them, but they are shooting less, but they are getting a lot more possessions when it comes to playing the game of basketball. They have 10 offensive rebounds and 21 total. They've almost out-rebounded Fullerton when it comes to offensive rebounds alone, because like I had just mentioned, Cerritos has 10 offensive boards. Fullerton has 13 total.
Yeah, so Fullerton, there was a point they were up by 14, and now it is all tied up. It's also interesting to look at the score by each quarter. It was 18-9 in the first, and then the exact same but flipped in the second. So even scoring on each side, no matter which way you look at it. But when it comes to the actual efficiency of the shots, I would, you'd have to say that Cerritos has been overall more efficient when it comes to shooting the ball.
Yeah, and you also go back to look at points in the paint, because Fullerton is not a team like, say, Santa Barbara or Imperial Valley of they have their big players down low and score from there. Points in the paint difference is 12, Cerritos with 20 and Fullerton with 8.
Also, looking at each team's assist to turnover ratio, right now it's not really like noticeable. 9 to 8 for Fullerton, 6 to 7 for Cerritos. So those aren't big numbers yet, but when it comes to the defensive stats, they split on blocks 3-3, but they split on steals. Blocks, Fullerton has 3, Cerritos has 0. So on the defensive side, maybe a couple extra numbers there.
I want to come back to what you said about the assist to turnover ratio and focus in on the second half of that, turnovers. The Cerritos has 7 and Fullerton has 8, so not much of a difference there per se. But what is huge is the points off of turnovers. Cerritos with 15, Fullerton with only 3.
Right.
So they have to make good on the potential extra possessions that they have from getting those turnovers, and they haven't so far. And I think that's what's going to eventually put them over the edge once they start getting those.
For sure. I mean, especially with Fullerton, like the way that it's been, three of the 8 turnovers are from Sochi Hood. So when you have a player like that who should be your star, who's scoring all the points, also being responsible for them scoring their points, it becomes a little bit more difficult on that end. But for Cerritos, they're doing a good job minimizing the turnovers. The highest would be Carrillo, who only has 2.
I mean, like, going back to what you said about Hood being the star of the offense and having 3 turnovers, I think that just comes with the territory of being the player that the offense runs through, and she has 4 assists, by far the most on the team. Nobody else having. Only Haley Lakey has 2. Ayanone has 1. Shimoda has 1, and Conklin has 1. So she almost has almost half of the assists, and also 5 points. And she does get the ball in the high post, kind of towards the free throw line a lot. So you kind of want to look at that and know that that is a danger zone for turnovers, and know that the offense does run through her, so she's going to have more opportunity to turn the ball over than everybody else.
And now 4 minutes away as the teams come back out to warm up, getting ready. Sir. Getting ready for this second half. I mean, the third quarter looking to be an exciting one. It will really be what sways the momentum going into the end of the game. You know, big third quarters. A lot of times, that's when the teams shrink. We've seen it a lot this tournament. I mean, even going back to Fullerton's last game, only had 10 points in the third quarter. It was their lowest scoring quarter of that game, and that happens a lot, whether that be college level, pro level. It just seems to be a common thing that, you know, you come back from the break and you just aren't playing as well. So if you're able to be the team who has the higher scoring third quarter here, you've got a pretty good shot of winning this one.
Yeah, and I was going to say, to your point of it seems to be the worst quarter for teams, I think that's because while they need the rest, they go cold a little bit. They get out of touch and they don't have their blood flowing as much as they normally would. They don't have the shooter's touch that they did in the first half. They got to get reacclimated, especially when switching baskets.
Yeah, you switch sides, so maybe now the bench might be louder. You know, the fans could be louder. It just gets more pressure because it's like you're playing from the beginning of the game almost all over now, except the difference is there's a score on the board.
Well, I mean, technically they are kind of starting over. It's basically 0-0, scores tied 27-27, you know?
Almost identical stats, too, so it's like it's a fresh game. We'll have to see how that happens within the next 2 minutes.
The key thing that we need to look for is which team comes out with the intensity that they had going into the half. The intensity, the tenacity, that's the word I was looking for. I could not remember how to say it for like 2 seconds. The intensity, the tenacity, the excitement, the passion. Who is going to keep that, or if they both lost it because they were on break like I was talking about, who's going to get it back first?
And we will see in the next minute once all the warm-ups are done. But for now, we will get just some more official stats out. So, points. Salinas with 5, Nakamura with 8, Briggs with 8, Carrillo with 4, and Avalos with 2. That makes up your total scoring for Cerritos. For Fullerton, it'll be Lakey with 4, Shimoda with 11, Hood with 5, Solorio with 5, and Gloomis with 2. And that's how they got to 27. And now the teams are huddled up and getting ready for this second half.
About 57 seconds left before we start again.
And we'll see if either team is able to eclipse their current shooting splits, total being 40% each from the field, but Fullerton is shooting 33% from 3, and Cerritos shooting 16% from 3. Each shooting 50 from free throw, though.
Here we have each team getting ready to go on the court to start the second half. Lineups for both teams. For Fullerton College, we have Kaylee Shimoda, Sochi Hood, Amaya Iannone, Haley Lakey, and that is Leilani Ponko. For Cerritos, we have Lauren Nakamura, Jaden Estrada, Jasmine Briggs, as Shimoda almost turns the ball over. Ball goes out on Cerritos. We have Genesis Salinas and Francine Carrillo in for Cerritos. Shimoda to take the ball out. Bit of a double screen. Iannone on the left wing, dribbling. Mid-range jumper, short. Rebound goes to Briggs. Now Estrada over to Salinas. Salinas guarded. There's a wide open player in the corner. She doesn't see it. Nakamura with a quick cross and she trips. Foul on the floor. It was a trip there by Shimoda. Unintentional, I'm sure, but a foul nonetheless. Estrada taking the ball out, gets it over to Carrillo, now to Nakamura. Nakamura to Salinas. Estrada now, right wing. Nakamura, back, Estrada, 3. Off the back iron, high rebound, no good. Another foul on the floor. That's gonna be Sochi Hood, loose ball foul as Briggs loses her shoe.
And that there for Sochi Hood, another foul. I believe that'll be her 3rd.
You are correct. She went underneath her on the rebound, and nobody was paying attention as Nakamura is wide open on the block for an easy layup to take the lead. Shimoda now coming up. Gets a screen from Ponko, gives it back to Ponko. Ponko top of the key, Hood, back to Shimoda. Shimoda over to Iannone. Lakey, mid-range, top of the free throw line, good. Nobody near her, tied 29-29, 8 minutes and 30 seconds left in this third quarter.
And that's just a good shot from Lakey. But on that last play, it's just important not to be blowing coverage right at the rim and giving them an easy layup. Make them work for it a little.
Nakamura, cross-court pass to Salinas. Salinas for 3, absolutely buries it. Salinas hits a 3 to make the score 32-29.
And that's her second 3 of the night as she's up to 8 points.
Iannone over to Shimoda in the corner, down. Hood backing down Briggs, no good. Gets her own offensive rebound, dribbles out. Iannone cuts through. Pass is to her off the back of the iron, no good. Salinas now bringing the ball up. Salinas looking, trying to set up the offense. Going left on Shimoda. Calling a play, double screen, goes right, drives through, and Bit of contact, but no foul. And then there is a foul, loose ball foul on Briggs. Reach over, trying to get the rebound.
It's going to be her second of the night.
Cerritos foul, number 20, Jasmine Briggs.
Hood taking the ball out for Shimoda.
Second personal.
Shimoda taking her time, getting the ball up. Gives it to Ayanone on the right wing. Gives it to Lakey, top of the key. Now Ponko. Hood tries a reverse layup, no good, but a foul as Hood will go to the line for 2.
It was a good play there to try and draw that foul. I don't know if she was going to really, make that one. I don't think it was going to go in. Even if there wasn't any contact, it was a hard shot. So,
yeah, the reverse layup, it looked a little bit wild trying to get it. Hood's first free throw is off the front and back iron, no good. Setting up for her second. Second free throw is good. Salinas bringing the ball up. Once again guarded by Shimoda. Salinas calling ISO. Goes left, runs into a double team and backs out really fast. Calling a double screen once again. And moving screen on Briggs.
it's going to be a costly turnover there.
This will give them a chance to get back, not necessarily get back into this game, but tie the game up or potentially even take the lead with a three-pointer. The score is 32-30 with 6 minutes and 40 seconds left in the third quarter. Ayanone on the left wing gives it back to Shimoda at the top. Now Soloris.
Cerritos also just had a sub there. Poppin came in for Carrillo.
And Lakey goes for a layup and is fouled. And will go to the line for 2. Haley Lakey is 2 for 4 so far today.
Sochi Hood today.
Haley Lakey makes the first one. That is her 7th point of the game. Goes up and makes her 8th. She currently has 1 foul, but 8 points, so she's doing great. The score is tied 32-32 in the third quarter with about 6 minutes and 20 seconds remaining. Nakamura driving, blocked, gets it back. Now Salinas off the front iron, a little bit short. Ayanone gives it to Hood. Hood trying to run the fast break, has to stop. Gives it to Shimoda. Now Lakey in the post. Hood, step through, drives, travels. Looked like she wanted to take another step, but set her pivot foot down just a second too quickly. Now we have Estrada inbounding the ball for Salinas. Salinas taking her time. And immediately turns it on, driving hard right, steps back out. Estrada now takes a dribble, takes a 3, no good. Ball will stay with Cerritos. The score is 32-32, about 5.5 minutes left in this third quarter. Running a box play, down to Poppin. Poppin backing down Hood, has to give it up, Briggs. Now back, Nakamura, back to Poppin, backing down Hood once again. No, but a foul, and that will be Hood's 4th of the game. One more and she is disqualified. She seems to get in foul trouble a lot and has to come out early in this game once again.
Yeah, and it it really is costly to her team because she is their leading scorer. And when your leading scorer goes out early, it makes it much harder, especially in the crunch time, to get anything productive done.
Poppin hits the first free throw to make this 33-32.
And that's her first points of the night.
Second one is up. And it is good. Ayanone inbounds to Shimoda.
So she gives them their first lead in a while.
Kaylee Shimoda over to Solorio. Back to Shimoda. Now Ayanone right in front of us, right wing. Shimoda asking for a screen from Lakey. Conklin off the glass, no good. That pass is almost intercepted. Nakamura behind her back twice. Long pass, Poppin, deep two. Off the front iron, out on Briggs, trying to corral the rebound. It was great ball handling and passing from Nakamura there, and she just couldn't quite finish it. And there's a timeout taken by Fullerton College, full timeout. The score is 34-32 in the third quarter, 4 minutes and 50 seconds remaining as we head into this timeout. Ari, you were saying? This is the 45th Annual Colleen Riley Holiday Crossover here on Hornet Radio. I'm Caleb Ramos here with my partner Ari Nachshon. Ari, I'm sorry to cut you off twice. Go ahead.
It's okay. It's interesting now because Fullerton is now at a point where they're down in this timeout where they, you know, there was some flashy play there that there was no score. So it is a little interesting to call timeout then. You'd think maybe right after a big bucket to stop the momentum.
They just need, they took the timeout to try and relax. They seem to be panicking a little bit, trying to reset themselves, center, and get back to their offense that was working so well in the first quarter and hasn't been ideal since. They are equally they each have scored 5 and 7 respectively in this third quarter. You look for potentially Shimoda, who does have 11 but hasn't scored since the half. Shimoda now bringing the ball up. Over to Ayanone, left wing. Now Solorio, guarded by Briggs. And a foul called on Nakamura, or on, I'm not sure who that was called against, but it is a holding, and Lakey will go to the line. Lakey with a chance to tie this. This is 34-32 right now. Fullerton is in the bonus, so any foul will now result in 2 free throws. First one is up and good.
And to the bench goes Briggs, who is at 8 points and 8 rebounds, which means 2 points, 2 rebounds away from a double-double.
And Lakey will score again. That is 4 for 4 from the free throw line. They have to reset the ball. Salinas inbounding to Estrada. Estrada now taking the ball up. Bit different. It's usually Salinas instead of Estrada, but kick out to Salinas now off the drive. No good. Rebound almost goes to Carrillo, but she doesn't control it properly. Out on Fullerton, and Cerritos will retain possession. 4 minutes and 23 seconds left in this game. The score is 34-34. Estrada inbounding. running a box play here. Pass is just a bit too far, thrown away, picked up by Shimoda. Now over to Conklin. Back to Shimoda, top of the key. Back to Conklin, right wing. Now Shimoda in the corner. Now Ayanone and now Solorio on the left wing, guarded by 2. Lakey, tough mid-range shot, doesn't quite get it. Ayanone with a huge rebound and saves herself from going out of bounds. Solorio now coming through. Ayanone, Shimoda for 3, trying to get her first points of this second half, couldn't get it. Salinas resetting, guarded by Solorio. And now Estrada, mid-range is good, 36-34 with 3 minutes and 20 seconds left.
Her first points of the night there, Jaden Estrada.
Conklin now looking, gets to Shimoda. Shimoda crossing left, crossing right. And now Solorio holding the ball, gives it to Lakey, top of the key. Hits a cutting Conklin, finds an open Shimoda. Her 3 off the front iron, no good. There's a foul on the floor, shooting 2 will be Haley Lakey once again. Substitution in. Nakamura comes in for Salinas for Cerritos.
And that'll be Ayanone shooting because they are in the bonus now. So any foul gets some shots. She's currently at 0 points, so she'll see if she can score her first.
First free throw is up, and it is good. She does get her first points of the game.
So she's at 1. You have Haley Lakey with 11 along with Shimoda. Sochi Hood, who has 7. She has 7 and 2 rebounds. Shimoda has 11 and 3. Haley Lakey also 11 and 3.
Ayanone gets the second one to go as well. The score is tied 36-36. Estrada crosses left, dump off. Foul and 1 for Francine Carrillo. She is extremely fired up about it. Goes to the line with a chance to make this a 3-point play.
And that's a big play there. And she's now up to 6 points on the night, along with a nice 5 rebounds and an assist.
Carrillo missed, but it looked like Lakey went a little bit early, and Carrillo will reshoot.
Also 3 fouls, so that's something to note. She could get into foul trouble soon.
Second attempt at the 1 free throw is up and good. There was a lane violation on the first one. Now Shimoda bringing the ball up. Guarded closely by Avalos. Pass to Lakey is almost a backcourt. Conklin over to Ayanone in the corner for 3. No good. Estrada picks up the offensive board. Or, excuse me, that is Shimoda. 12 seconds on the shot clock. Lakey fighting. Dumps the ball open to a wide open Ayanone. And it is now 39-38. 2 minutes and 6 seconds left. Estrada goes hard right, dumps off to Nakamura. Nakamura loses the ball, and Solorio couldn't pick it up but put a hand on it, and it will stay Cerritos' ball.
And that's big there. They're only up 1 right now.
The score is 39-38 with 1 minute and 56 seconds left in the third quarter. Ball is handed off to Estrada off of the inbound, and her layup is no good, and there is a foul. Double foul on both teams. Loose ball. Oh, excuse me, there is a foul against 2 Fullerton players.
Fullerton 21, Cerritos 21.
Oh, no. Sorry, I was right the first time. On Shimoda and Poppin from Fullerton and Cerritos, respectively. Carrillo's lay is no good. Lakey with the rebound, hands it off to Shimoda. Shimoda directing the offense. Going right, gives it to Conklin in the corner. Now Shimoda back on the left or right wing. Long pass. Shimoda, pump fake, goes left. Now Lakey, high post. Shot is no good. Rebound Carrillo. Estrada now bringing the ball up. Hounded by Solorio. Gets it over. And that is Avalos, who will hit the three-pointer to make this a 4-point game. 42-38, a minute left in this third quarter.
And that's a big, big three to get the lead to 4 now.
Skip pass. Now Conklin on the left wing. Lakey had an open shot, decides not to take it, gets into an even more open Iannone for a 2-point layup, and it is now 42-40. Estrada. Guarded closely. Spins, gets it back to Avalos. Floater is no good. Now in the corner to Solorio. 16 seconds left in the quarter. Conklin for three, no good. And that is a loose ball foul, but they are in the bonus. So it looks like Iannone will go to the free throw line with 10 seconds remaining to try and tie this at 42.
So some interesting stats here for the field goal percentage for both teams. It's hovering around the same place. Cerritos at 39%, while Fullerton's at just under 36%. And same with the three-point percentage, 25-23. But the free throws is where the difference is. Fullerton is shooting 90% on free throws, and Cerritos only 57%. So a big gap there in free throw percentage.
The free throws are what's keeping Fullerton in the game, as Iannone hits it to bring this to 42-41. Iannone now getting ready to potentially tie the game, and she does. Now Nakamura, Estrada bringing the ball up with 5 seconds left, hopefully getting a shot off. And they turn the ball over, 2 seconds left. Now Fullerton has the opportunity for last shot. It's going to be have to be a half-court heave. Never mind, Iannone gets it, just way short. Probably rushed it a bit.
At the end of 3 quarters, it is tied. Fullerton 42, Cerritos 42.
She Iannone didn't have you're listening to Hornet Radio, and this is the 45th Annual Colleen Riley Holiday Crossover. I'm Caleb Ramos here with my partner Ari Nachshon, and as we enter the fourth quarter, tied at 42-42.
Some more stats for you. It is a little bit of a turnover battle here. 9 for Fullerton, 11 for Cerritos. And points off of turnovers, though, Cerritos has been much more efficient. They're up to 16, while Fullerton's only at 7. They've rebounded better, both on offense and defense, with 13 on offense, 16 on defense, while Fullerton's only at 11 and 14. 2 more assists, 14-12. But when it comes to blocks and steals, Fullerton in the lead, 4 and 4 each, while Cerritos is only at 2 and 3.
We have, coming into the fourth quarter, lineups. We have Solorio, Shimoda, Gloomis, Iannone, and Ponko on the floor for Fullerton. And for Cerritos, we have Salinas, Nakamura, Carrillo, Briggs, and Avalos. Now Ponko on the left wing. High pass for, and now Gloomis takes it out. 3 ball, no good. Rebound to Salinas. Avalos, guarded by Shimoda. Now back to Salinas, and now Carrillo. Nakamura going left, coming back right. Spin move, layup is no good. Briggs with the rebound and the put back layup, 44-42, 9 minutes and 10 seconds left in the game. Gloomis, pump fake, gets Carrillo, step through, layup is good. Gloomis ties it. Salinas now passes left. Avalos. And that ball is swatted away. Briggs gets it back. Avalos again. Short pass. And now a long pass. Salinas gets a screen. 2 seconds on the shot clock. Gets it up. And no good, but Fullerton gets the rebound anyway. Shimoda over to Solorio. Solorio down. Iannone, good scoop pass, layup, and Fullerton takes the lead for the first time in the second half. Timeout taken there by Cerritos. Full timeout as we get ready to have the next 8 minutes and 19 seconds of basketball play be very, very exciting.
Yeah, and now we can finally see as Fullerton is starting to get back to the way they were playing in that first half. However, it has been a scoreless half for Kaylee Shimoda. She hasn't scored since that first half, since that second quarter. She's been mostly just the ball handler, still at 11 points like she was at halftime. So definitely that was something that we talked about, saying that we wanted to see more out of her, but the stats have not been there to back it up. Most of the scoring for them has come out of Iannone, who is now up to 8 points, and Lakey with her free throws is now up to 12 actually. Hood hasn't really played much in this third quarter because of that foul trouble. It's been a lot of different players with the scoring, as well as Solorio and Gloomis, who hit some big shots to keep them in the game.
You mentioned the foul trouble for Hood. You should look to see her come back at about 4 to 5 minutes left in the game as little extra scoring punch to try and close out this game. As, like I just mentioned, they just took their first lead, 46-44. First lead of the second half, I might say. First quarter was all Fullerton. Second quarter, all Cerritos. Third quarter, once again, evenly split.
Now we will see as the lead held by the Hornets is going to, if they're going to be able to keep it or if it's going to switch sides after this quick break in the timeout, after the timeout.
Looks to be just a little bit of sweat on the floor. They're trying to you look at the stats for both teams. Both teams have about shooting not great from three-point percentage. They have 4 made out of 14 for Fullerton and 3 out of 12 for Cerritos. Salinas guarded by Conklin. Hands it off to Carrillo. Carrillo takes a couple of steps, gives it back to Salinas. Salinas over to Poppin. Poppin for 3. Looks like it might have been tipped there by Iannone. Now Solorio over to Shimoda. Over to Conklin now. Double teamed. Skip pass. Picked off by Poppin. And she just hands the ball off to Salinas here. Salinas going to work on Conklin. She drives in, no, but Nakamura gets the offensive board and the putback tied at 46. Shimoda pushing the ball up fast. Gives it over to Solorio. Down low pass to Gloomis, kick out to Conklin, pump fake. Couple of dribbles, and the shot is no good off the glass. She fights for the board, but Carrillo controls it. Now Salinas behind the back. Pump fake, step through. Off the back iron and in, and Cerritos takes back the lead. Fullerton now. Solorio. Iannone. Back to Conklin. Iannone in the corner. Gloomis posting up against Carrillo. Backing her down. Fadeaway is just off. Nakamura bringing the ball up now. Score is 48-46. 6 minutes and 15 seconds left in this game. Spin move from Nakamura. No basket. She wouldn't have made it anyway, but there was a travel call. We have a couple of substitutions. Avalos comes on for Nakamura, and Estrada comes on for Carrillo, while Hood and Lakey come on for Gloomis and Conklin. Shimoda bringing the ball up once again. Hood. Pass Lakey. Lakey just a bit too powerful. And Shimoda with the steal. Reverse layup is no good. Airballs it. And she steals the ball again. Taking it. Pump fake. And that is going to be a foul on Salinas.
And that's her best chance now to get those points she's been looking for all half, because she's still scoreless, even though she definitely earned these free throws after all that hard work with those back-to-back steals and then, you know, getting the contact on that layup.
She went for a Euro step. It worked, and she ended up getting tripped there by Salinas as she hits the first free throw. She, like I was saying, she did end up getting tripped, and that was the contact that was called.
And some big stats there. We had seen.
And she hits the second free throw. Salinas now bringing the ball up. Offensive foul, moving screen. Avalos looking for what she did wrong. Coaches and fans not happy about that call. Shimoda now bringing the ball up. Score is tied 48-48, 5.5 minutes left. Hood, step back, foul, no, bucket is no good. She will go to the line for two now. Hood is averaging 17.5, 6.5, and 3 for this squad as she goes to the line. Misses the first free throw.
Only 6 tonight, though, so definitely a bit of a underperformance from her points-wise.
She's now 2 for 4 from the free throw line, and
it's mostly due to the foul trouble. It's kept her out for a lot of the game, so that's why she is having a lower scoring night than we'd like to see.
Estrada now bringing the ball up. Hornets lead 49-48. Salinas now drives left, goes baseline, loops back around and out now on the right wing. Guarded by Iannone. Drives middle now. Hook layup is good, 50-49. And Solorio back to Shimoda. Fullerton running a fast offense here. And that is a point there for Lakey. Those are her 12th points of the game. 51-50. Salinas hands off to Estrada. Estrada backing down. Nakamura gets it. Shot is no good. Rebound to Lakey. Shimoda now bring the ball down the center. Kicks it over to Salinas. Hood, one step, drive. Drops her shoulder, doesn't get the bucket to go. Shimoda for three, no good. Hood with the offensive board, and a layup. Scores now 53-50. Timeout taken by Cerritos. 4 minutes and 1 second left as the Hornets lead 53-50. You are listening to the 45th Annual Colleen Riley Holiday Crossover here on Hornet Radio. I'm Caleb Ramos here with my partner Ari Nachshon. And don't forget, special thanks to Becky Nguyen running our camera. Ari, what do you think about this little run that the Hornets are going on to take the lead?
Well, I mean, you look here, we saw that it was an incredible play from Sochi Hood to be able to come from behind her defender, grab that rebound, and get that basket to put them 3 points in the lead. You know, just as we were talking about right before that, how she wasn't having a productive game, she was able to hit one of her 2 free throws and then be able to do that, and now she's starting to get those points to give Fullerton the lead in this one.
Quick reset of the lineups. On the floor for Fullerton, we have Ayanone, Hood, Lakey, Shimoda, and Solorio. On the floor for Cerritos, we have Nakamura, Estrada, Salinas, Carrillo, and Briggs. Nakamura bringing the ball up. And she dribbles off her foot, turns it into opportunity, gets it to Briggs. Off the glass, and Hood with a rebound and a good behind the back cross. Shimoda now had a shot, decided not to take it. Hood down low. Tough layup there, and she extends the lead to 5, 55-50, 3 minutes and 30 seconds left in this fourth quarter. Nakamura now bringing the ball up, looking for a spark here from the Falcons, trying to potentially get it back, and that three-pointer is no good from Estrada. Hood with another rebound. Hood driving, another behind the back. Pump fake, down to Ayanone. No good, but no foul call, decent amount of contact. Salinas working on Ayanone. Goes up. Layup is good, 52-55. Hood to Lakey. Lakey takes a couple of pump fakes, shoots the jumper anyway, misses. Estrada going to work on Solorio, gives it back to Nakamura. Nakamura gets a step on. That was Shimoda. Layup is no good. Hood with another rebound. That's 3 straight defensive rebounds for her. Hood to Ayanone. And Carrillo swipes, and that is a foul.
Yeah, Ayanone sent to the line. She's had a pretty productive night, 8 points, 2 of them being free throws. So definitely it's important for them to be both made here again because, you know, anything, because right now it's a 1 point, or it's a 1 possession game. If you even just make 1, it automatically becomes a 2. And she misses the first.
I mean, technically, even if she makes this, it's still a 1 possession game. You could get an and 1 3-pointer. You don't see those very often, but they're possible.
They are definitely possible, but very few teams, especially in the crunch time like this, will give a play up like that.
Ayanone looking for her 9th point of the game. It's up and good. The score is now 56-52, 2 minutes, 11 seconds left in this fourth quarter. Estrada now bringing the ball up. Cerritos seems to be switching ball handlers between Estrada and Nakamura when they bring up the ball. Salinas now, a little bit of a wayward pass. She corrals it. Carrillo backing down Hood. Hard pass, bounce pass to Estrada. And jump ball, possession arrow points towards Cerritos, so they will retain possession. That bounce pass just a little bit too hard for her to corral, and it ended up as a jump ball, but they retained possession, so no harm, no foul. And that one is turned over. Estrada on the inbound a little bit. Maybe she lost the handle, but it is now Shimoda on the left wing. Solorio at the top, back to Shimoda, same spot. Solorio, back to Shimoda, now Lakey, top of the key, now Ayanone, right wing. 5 on the shot clock. Solorio gets a shot up, and it is good. What a runner to extend the lead to 6. 58-52, minute 10 left.
Her first points of this half. Hasn't scored since before halftime.
Estrada to Nakamura. Nakamura fights through, gets contact, gets the call, will go to the line. That is the Hornets' first foul this quarter. And the Falcons only have one foul to give when it comes to being in the bonus. The next one, they will send everyone to the line.
Yeah, Nakamura has 4, make it 5 in this second half. Now totaling up to 13 points in the night for her, which is definitely above her season average. So definitely a great game out of her.
Timeout was taken by Fullerton College.
Fullerton calls a 30-second timeout.
Maybe trying to ice the free throw shooter. Normally a term you hear in football, ice the kicker, but they want to keep this 5 points apart instead of just 4.
Yeah, definitely a good idea to try and ice the shooter. Also gives you a bit of an advantage here because now you can talk to your team and figure out a play for if they make or if they miss, because you want to see them keep this as a 2-possession game and see how they can play with a minute left, which really means is, you know, you could make this only a 2 to 3 possession game, and that's it. So,
yeah, and on the court now there are 7 players in double digits in total for both teams. Nakamura to the line to try to make this 58-54. She will. 1 minute left, 58-54, and there's a wide open Ayanone on the press. And she was just back there, nobody there, 62-54, still a minute left. Just a complete lapse in the press defense
and
from Cerritos.
That's exactly why he called the timeout. I mean, you really can't do better than that. The way Dan Desmond planned that play, that is exactly what was going on in that huddle and what he wanted his team to do. They got the fast break, they got the points. A 6-point lead with just under a minute left, that's going to be very, very hard for Cerritos to try to come back from.
Yeah, and you see Cerritos now calling a timeout, trying to drop a play as well. Probably not going to work as well as that one, but they got to find a way to get one of their best players in either Salinas or Nakamura the ball, trying to score and maybe potentially foul again to just prevent them from running out more clock and getting the points anyways.
Yep. All the starters are in, as most of them have been playing heavy minutes tonight, getting close to the 40-minute mark for some of them.
Nakamura to inbound. The score is 62-54 with 59.7 seconds left. Salinas goes right, crosses left, breaks through, rebound is no good. Ayanone is fouled. And that is Salinas' 4th foul of the game. One more, she will foul out. Same as Carrillo. Carrillo is also at 4. Also Hood, also at 4. Not many fouls to give here for either team. Ayanone about to shoot 2 to potentially extend the lead to 8.
Some notable stats from her tonight. So she's 10 points from the halftime stats. That's up from her 0 points. So she has scored every single point of hers in this half here. She had also had 2 rebounds, assists, and a steal then, but those numbers are just at halftime. But definitely impressive on 10 second half points.
Iannone missed the first one, setting up for her second. It's good. The score is now 61-54, 7-point lead. Salinas bringing the ball up, goes right to Estrada. Estrada, free throw line jumper is good. 43 seconds left, 61-56. Another wide open Iannone. Broke the press once again in the same exact way. There's a foul on the floor against Briggs. Iannone once again going to the free throw line.
Already 11 second half points. Let's see if she can increase that number right there to get the lead even higher for Fullerton and make it even harder for Cerritos to get back up on top of this game.
She makes even one. She doubles her season average of 6. She misses the first one just like the last time, but she did make the second one. So we'll see if the same pattern holds true.
And being in the bonus makes this so much harder for Cerritos because any foul will immediately send them to the line.
Second free throw is up. And it is a make. Timeout taken by Cerritos, trying to both get time to draw up a play and advance the ball so they don't have to take as much time doing that. The score is 62-56 for Fullerton College with 36 seconds left in this game. Both teams trying to draw up a play, making sure they know where to go, what to do, if they want to foul or not. And we look at the stats for both teams. Leading scorer for Fullerton would be Sochi Hood, who has 17, but 3 of the other 4 starters also have double digits, with Iannone having 15, Lakey having 12, and Shimoda having 13. So very even spread out scoring for Fullerton College here as Nakamura takes the ball out. Gets it into Poppin. Poppin, deep 3, way short. Rebound by Briggs, and she turns the ball over. Solorio is fouled. Intentional foul to try and potentially to stop the clock is what it's for. 26 seconds left. There will be no more shot clock in this game.
Correct. So the reason they have to foul, they're out of timeouts, so there's no more timeouts for them to call. And, you know, it's going to be hard for them. Really the only option is to make them take the free throws, hope they miss, and then go out there and make your shots. So it's a very difficult situation to be in if you're Cerritos.
Solorio with her 8th and almost 9th points of the game. No, Lakey had a wide open shot and missed off the rebound because Briggs tripped. There was a loose ball foul there against Hood, and Hood will have fouled out. She will have fouled out with her ending stat line being 17 points. As we have 22 seconds left in the game, the score is 63-56. Salinas, 3. Absolutely buries it. A bit rushed, but still drills it. And that is a personal foul, intentional from Nakamura against Shimoda.
And so now you see, I mean, Fullerton only made 1 of their last 2 free throws, so it's starting to work. I mean, they're only down 4 right now, which is not impossible, especially if you can't bury both of these free throws. I mean, that's the hard part, making the free throws in the clutch when you're up, and you need to make them because they're just going to keep getting them.
She hits the first one. Shimoda, a good shooter, as we've talked about all game.
And there we go. Some more points for her in this second half. We haven't seen much out of her scoring-wise.
Misses the second. 15 seconds left. Pass is to Estrada. Nakamura corrals it. and gets it. Score is 64-61. Lakey looking for a spot to inbound the ball. Shimoda gets fouled once again as Nakamura hits the deck.
And I told you it's working. Now 3-point difference. Let's see how the free throws go. You just keep inching closer and closer and closer. Obviously, you don't want your players to foul out, so it's got to be a little strategic at one point. But they are doing this right. This is the right way to do it. It might make for a less exciting finish to a game, but still, definitely a good strategy.
First free throw is up and good for Kaylee Shimoda. Once again, same pattern as last time. Hit the first one, missed the second. Will she continue that pattern? No, she will not. Hits the second as well. The score is 66-61, 5 seconds left. And the ball is swatted out of bounds by Ayanone. 4 seconds left. If you're Cerritos, you need a off inbound three, foul, miss, and then they couldn't get the ball up, and it will end 66-61. Fullerton College wins. We want to thank all the coaches and players who joined us here at the announcers table. And also, we want to thank our athletic director, Scott Giles, SID Phil Thurman, equipment coordinator, Cheryl Toth, and the great Hornet staff. For our camera operator, Becky Nguyen, and my partner, Ari Nachshon, I'm Caleb Ramos, and this was the 45th Annual Colleen Riley Holiday Crossover.